So several years ago, they did this first review with Credit Agricole Bank, and the bank was fined. They identified some issues, and of course it was a shock for financial institutions because nobody was prepared for this deep review. So it can go, both ways. We as a financial institutions, we are working with this, and we want to have, better conversation and understanding with regulators, but then also there is a lot of potential also for regulators to use these tools in their processes.
Very interesting, thank you. Now I would like to ask a couple of questions to my dear friend Elana. So Elana, what is Vinted and how do you use AI in your company?
So Vinted is primarily C2C marketplace for second-hand clothes and different lifestyle items. We are present in 22 countries, mainly in Europe. And I think historically, there are two big areas where we do use and leverage machine learning, but they are quite behind the scenes and just makes the user experience frictionless, but they are not and I guess that's the goal, that the user would not feel that the experience is powered by AI. So that's a balancing, every day, there are millions of listings across Europe, and then you have to balance the visibility, you have to match the buyer and the seller, and there are hundreds of listings of one seller, and then there are different expectations and wishes of the buyer, so who are present in different countries, so different climate situations, different trends, cultural aspects, and then you still have to, in order to facilitate the transactions, you have to show the content that is appealing for the buyer. So that's, and historically we have been using it already for some time. Also, it was really interesting to hear your presentation on the fraud and scam prevention, because it also, I think it's one of the biggest risks for marketplaces, except of competition, is that if a marketplace becomes an unsafe place to transact, the death is the only option. So the company is always investing and trying its best and actually a little bit fighting the windmills when fighting the fraudsters and scammers. So yes, we also have been using AI to detect fraud. So afterwards, I would like to have a deeper discussion with you, Giedrė. The conference has already paid off for me, so thank you so much, Paul, for inviting. And then the more obvious two ways is, which are more visible for the user, is the chatbot. We are in the first phases, I would say, so I'm very humble of what we actually have achieved. eBay has achieved much more, sadly, in this area. Maybe greatly, because then we can, fight and try to achieve and compete. So we already deploy AI tools in chatbot, but it's quite primitive. There's no big conversation going on. Just with the tool, we adapt the language, make it more fluent, and actually the success rate is around 10%. The total deflation of all tickets is achieved, which is a great success by having this quite primitive tool in place. I think this year is devoted for training and deploying more data, and then answering and doing a better customer service through the chatbot. And the last one is the product feature. So where it's not rocket science. So basically making the listing experience more time saving, and also interaction between the users. You know, those who have tried vintage, you know how much it actually sucks when everybody is trying to get all the information about the length of the arm and like, you know, you have to measure everything, and then the user doesn't reply, you know, and you did all the measuring exercises. So basically, AI is already, we are testing it behind the scenes, and it's actually quite successful. So when the user is uploading a photo, our models are scanning it, extracting at least 10 features like color, pattern, the brand, sleeve length, and other important data. And then the goal is through this year actually to then sort of add this information, pre-fill it in the listing form, so then just the user can confirm that it is a sort of iPhone like 14, this in this color, and then just do the listing. So reduce the time of listing process. So these 4 big areas where we actually deploying tools.
Great. I have one overarching concept for both Pietro and Elana. If you go to an event in San Francisco, every time you would meet someone who's building a financial advisor or another sort of assistant for an individual. There are like probably not hundreds but thousands of people who are trying to solve this problem. So you already alluded both that there are some kind of customization, some assistance that are emerging also in your platforms. Maybe you can share some insights. We see that it's already difficult. Maybe you can say, is it difficult? Why? Maybe there are some risks. What's gonna happen soon?
Mm-hmm. So I think, yeah, so maybe risk-wise, we have identified 2 big risks that are sort of, for which potential is quite high to vintage. So, and I think it's more of a competition trend, that big players have big pockets, and then if you make the interface, be it a Facebook Marketplace, be it an agent, if you remove entrance to a sort of to a marketplace by merging and by making only several gates to find the item. You know, if you maybe a more practical illustration. So let's say recently also eBay has launched a project with Facebook Marketplace, where you can find eBay listings on Facebook Marketplace. So the first entrance, the gate into the wardrobes of millions of people come through from Facebook Marketplace. The same, the agents, if you would be looking for a dress, if you would be typing in ChatGPT or any other tool, I want some address, this pattern, and you would not be searching for this information on Vinted Marketplace, then Vinted as a company, it loses a possibility to transform the buyer into seller, to learn from the user experiences. It loses the data that it can then learn and leverage for a better proposition. So for us, it's we have identified it as a high risk, and we would be trying to address it this year. So I think these are the risks. I don't know if I answered your question.
Good.
I answered it the way I wanted to,
Thank you so much. So Mante, now microphone for you. Hostinger is obviously one of the major technology companies in Lithuania and in the region. You are obviously breaking all the boundaries and in terms of innovation. So can you share some insights? How is Hostinger using ML, AI?
Yeah, okay, so we started working with LLMs and ML long time ago. So we started with LLMs, we started not from ChatGPT, we started from GPT-1, GPT-2, fine-tuned those models. So long time ago, right? And I remember one of my first job, first task in Hostinger was like to create domain creation tool, like you write description and LLM will suggest you domain name for your website. And it took me like 3 months or something like that because I had to collect data, I had to train model, change parameters and so on. Right now I can build that tool, that application like in 5 minutes with ChatGPT. That's like that. And everything changed. But in Hostinger, we have a lot of applications, starting from our AI website builder, where you have only to describe your website and you will get your images, you will get texts in your website and different things. And right now we launched new website builder, not like drag and drop principle, but in the code, like Hostinger Horizons, competitor for Lovable, for Bolt. And right now we are like generating full code and customized code, and it is quite successful right now. Still, it is a long time to go to a perfect solution, but we are working on that. And one of the biggest our applications is our AI assistant. I know at what stage Vinted is because I talked with Vinted. I suggested what to do for them to easier move with it. So we started with chatbot long time ago also, 3 years ago I think, or something like that. And we started with general rule-based chatbot, and even that was quite good for us. When we had like GPT-4, it was low, and we started to work with new models, and we have like our custom framework, custom system, like agent system, where we have not only single LLM which can answer the question, but for example, we can check API calls, we can check different sources in the same way our customer support agent would do. So, for example, if you write, my domain is not working, we won't respond like generic answer from ChatGPT why it is not working. We will check why it is not working and we'll have perfect response for you, and even maybe we'll make some actions to do that. And another thing, like to be successful with chatbots, is to analyze those chats, because you need to know how to improve those chats. So we have also AI analytics with using ML, using LLMs to analyze chats, to analyze NPS, and to like have insights about it. And it helps us to improve our chatbot, to improve our processes and product. And talk about numbers, like with our current solution, like Cody, we have about handoff, about 40%. So we are handling about 60% of our load, of our customer support load. So we can understand that if daily we have, I don't know, maybe 15,000 chats, so it is quite interesting, like huge amount of handling with AI assistant instead of working in like people would write those. And in the same time, it is like cooperation between our customer support agents and our assistant, because our assistants start conversation, but we always allow our customer to go to real agent. We are not like limiting it to just you have chatbot and you need to write with chatbot. We won't do anything. And if user asks real person, so basically we allow it. And our customer support agent already have history. So our customer support agent have some extracted information, have some summaries and other information, and our customer support just working more easily and solving more complex problems instead of explaining some generic things.
Again, building on that, we are all already accustomed to conversational experience through chatbots, but you were also talking about assistants, and then this new buzzword emerges, agents. So how do these terms differ? Can you guide us through?
Yeah, it is quite like broad term, I think, about agents, because agents basically talk about like maybe we can call LLMs with more functionalities, because LLMs is just generating text. It is not doing any actions. So you need like system to do some specific actions. So from LLM you have response like, okay, I need to call specific tool with specific arguments, like you have in ChatGPT, you have Google search. So basically you are writing something, and it for LLM it indicates that LLM need to use search. When the LLM search information and give back to LLM, like system search information and give back to LLM to generate the final response. So agent is like system or like more complex system based on LLMs with another functionalities like tools, search, and anything you want to build on top of it.
Great. We're running out of time, so I would like to thank you for giving company perspective in terms of integrating AI. And I would like now to move to Walter and ask a simple question. So what is it in this new technology revolution? What is ahead for us individuals?
Yeah, so I first would like to separate the AI as a very huge topic to two main parts. There's the AI before the ChatGPT moment, before the LLMs, and then after that. So I would call old AI was something that was pretty much unknown to consumers, so nobody really know about it, cared about it. It was invisible algorithms behind the user interfaces, and basically we experienced the benefits, but we didn't need to understand any of it. And this LLM-based, specifically introduced by ChatGPT, is something that makes it understandable, obviously more capable, but understandable for consumers. So I think that's a big, important separator when we talk about AI in general. And then looking from that perspective, LLM is also way more capable of holistic things, doing many things for small set of information, small set of data, where the old AI was more capable of a lot of similar data for narrow use cases, usage. So at Prefina we don't really use much of the old AI, if you will. We use it in processes as such, but our main goal has always been to empower individuals that best describe consumers, although individuals do many other things than just consume, to empower them with their own information and data, which is more like a holistic aspect of their whole life, instead of some narrow segment of things that they do. So I actually heard first time the C2C as a mention for a platform, which is a nice way to describe. So if I would position Prefina, I would say it's a C2B company. So we want to empower individuals to how they interact with companies and also other individuals. So really representing their best interest and bringing the AI through large language models as through the digital twin that is their own digital representation, but when you add LLM, you can make it have an identity and you can have conversations with your own information and have that represent you towards business interactions, and that brings the agency, if you will, on the consumer side. So the whole point is empower individuals to interact with information that is important for them privately from their perspective, and then on the other hand have AI represent their best interest when they interact in other contexts. That can be organization that is non-business organization, but also with other individuals and organizations. So we see AI twins being in future as common as email addresses are today. Everyone has going to have one.
And you also coined this term, primary representative, primary agent. Why is it primary? Are we going to have more than one?
Yeah, so our focus from the very beginning has not been the AI, or the AI is a technology like any other. It makes things possible, like other softwares have before. Our focus has always been the data, the information about the individual. So all of our life's data, wherever that exists, is scattered around the world in different applications. We don't benefit directly as individuals too much from that. This LLM brings an interface on top of that we can ask anything about our own data. We can ask it to do outputs from our data. We can ask AI to represent us based on our data in context of other services. So why primary? That it's clear that we all probably use many AI tools already. When we go forward, there's going to be even more AI agents behind the interfaces that we interact with. But we don't want our data again to repeatedly be scattered, sensitive data on all of those different agents and platforms. We need some technology on our side to fight for us, represent our best interest, and selectively share information. So we need to have one that intimately knows us, has everything about us, but then controls how it's used in other contexts, because we don't want to put similar levels of sensitivity that we put on WhatsApp or email or Google searches in past, into all those digital tools. So we need to reduce our digital footprint, but in a way that gives us better customer experiences going forward.
Great. Now I would like to ask panelists if you have any feedback to one another or questions maybe that we can discuss.
Maybe I can mention one thing. So we use the AI in chats, yes, with customers, and it helps us to save some resources. And as you mentioned, then the employees can work on some more difficult questions and so on. At the moment now, we are testing also some AI solutions to make the decisions on the case, on think crime case, where we see that we can save some resources in the future, and some easier tasks, easier alerts can be solved by AI, and decision could be done by AI. Are you also in your businesses have some plans also use AI more in some decisions where also you see that number of customers, number of employees could be decreased in the future?
We are not thinking about number of employees decreased in our company. Like, we have a lot of new projects to build, so our customer support, we did not lay off any of people. They just working in different things, like coming from customer support to programming and etc. In the same time, talking about decision making, we also have, for example, you have fraud detection, and we have phishing detection, because we need to have decision about if that site looking like phishing and so on. So we are also building those solutions to have decisions. But sure, it is quite hard with LLMs, because you do not have explainability. LLM just based on training data will decide that this site looks like phishing, and you will suspend it, and it won't be good experience for our client.
Yeah, it's the same challenge for us then, explainability also to regulator, why you made this decision, when model actually made this decision.
So we still have AI decision and still do manual decision, final manual decision.
Yeah, I have a question in regards to this is pretty much applicable to any company that has consumer customers, but also business-to-business customers. So when mobiles came, then everyone had to optimize their web presence and digital services to mobile first, or mobile optimized. How are you, each of the companies, optimizing for agent customers? So when the customer is no longer human directly, but an AI agent representing the human. Have you considered optimizing your services for that already?
Right. In our case, right now, we are not doing that, but we are thinking about things like, already we have Claude MCP protocol, already we have LLM.txt path in websites. So we are thinking about those things, like how to optimize for example, our client websites for other agents, or for LLMs to learn from those websites to be in the training data. So we are thinking about those things, but not doing it right now.
For us, like I think there was a big moonshot type of a project. Let's adapt Vinted to AI, and in 2023, a lot of workshops took place, and then nothing much happened. Of course, because it did happen a lot because like employees had to adapt, deploy tools, get used to that, and now we are gradually seeing the results. But back then in 2023. There was a big statement, so let's build a plugin, at least for ChatGPT, that more from testing perspective that would allow users search for Vinted type of data in other platforms. But talks remain talks at this point in time. But as I've mentioned, we are cautious, and I think we will inevitably have to adapt.
So I would like to thank all of the panelists and you, their audience, for the attention. Let's give a round of applause and thank you. And without further ado, panel number 2.
Thank you.
Setting.
Yeah, but it's like you have the mains.
Oh my god, that's like a Rex University.
All right, shall we get started?
Yeah.
Are you guys ready for this? Okay.
Yes, we are.
All right, let's do this. So, hello everyone. I am Stephanie Simon. I'm the Director of Operations at Practical VC based in San Francisco. We are an LP secondaries fund, and I was invited by Paul to essentially come and help moderate this amazing panel. Today we're going to be chatting a little bit about the VC perspective on how humans are interacting with AI on a daily basis. So really we're going to kind of veer away from the business to business aspect and really focus on what I like to call unintended consequences. This is something I'm super fascinated by. And like the most, I guess, when I think of an example of this, like probably the most annoying example of an unintended consequence was email, right? Huge innovation. However, unfortunately, now when, essentially the idea was we should be able to communicate with each other better, and now I've got 10,000 emails trying to sell me different things in my inbox, and my least favorite coworker can reach me at any time of the night. So that would be an example of an unintended consequence for sure. And so today we're going to be exploring the human experience, maybe some unintended consequences that may come from some of these innovations in AI. But before we do that, I want to go ahead and give everybody an opportunity in the panel to introduce themselves. Let's keep it to about 2 minutes. So I know you guys are all super amazing, so you'll probably want more than 2 minutes, but we'll keep it to 2 minutes. And just quickly introduce yourself, and then we'll take it from there. Sound good? Why don't we start with Amit?
Fantastic. So I do see quite a few familiar faces in the audience, so hi to my friends. Probably one of my professors is also speaking at the conference today. I'm really happy to be at my alma mater, back at my alma mater. I'm Amit Goldman, started from here, Faculty of Medicine, and currently I'm involved with, and I work for Digital DX Ventures, which is an early stage venture capital fund that invests in early stage digital diagnostic solutions, super focused, based out of Silicon Valley. And I'm also involved with several digital diagnostic startups, as well as recently joined a couple of my friends in their adventure in a completely different field, which I might tell you more. We'll grab a cup of coffee maybe at one of the breaks. So that's all about me. Pleasure meeting all of you.
Great, thanks, Amit. Donatus?
Good morning. So I'm much simpler. So I'm early stage investor, local one. So doing investing here for about 14 years. So my daily work is exactly to meet all these crazy AI guys, entrepreneurs with big crazy ideas, and sometimes really crazy, sometimes a bit more grounded, and you know, in a way, feel them, experience them, and make a decision. Do I want to invest in these guys? Do I want to invest in the future, what we try to build and pitch and visualize, or not? So yeah, so I'm kind of familiar with the scene here. I'm not AI expert as per se, but you know, as an investor, I am trying to understand the field much more now than a year ago in a way. But yeah, so it's an interesting future waiting in front of us.
He's also humble. So. All right, Jouko.
Hello, I'm Jouko Ahvenainen. I have actually very long background with data and how to utilize data. I was actually just thinking that I'm originally from Finland, and over 30 years ago in Helsinki University of Technology, we all already studied self-organizing maps. Actually, one of the leading professors in that area, Teuvo Kohonen, was coming from that university. So that I have done quite a lot with data during the last 30 years, being basically serial entrepreneur over 20 years, also invested in startups. And most of those things have been somehow linked to data analytics, AI, and those areas. And of course now, most recently we have this new wave of the AI, and it has become also very important for me again.
Amazing. You know, I was just thinking of another really important thing before we start. So an unintended consequence is I bought these new shoes for this event, and I can't even show them because this entire part is completely cut off. So
You can go in front.
You can put it on the table.
okay, perfect. The audience just have to imagine what shoes I'm wearing. I'm joking, but okay. So Jouko, I'd actually like to start with you. Speaking of data,
Okay.
let's chat a little bit about data. So, what's your personal stance on privacy issues? And I guess the privacy concerns that would come from everyday use of AI tools. Share your comfort zone and where you kind of firmly draw the line. And then I'd love to hear from Donatus too, because I know you have some interesting thoughts on this.
I would say that maybe the most important part is that how to give more control on people. Because I think that there are also a lot of differences how different people see it, and what are exactly the boundaries of the privacy. And as we have seen that it's also quite complex to make exact regulation, that what is right, what is not right, and it's getting complicated, definitely. And at the same time, I think that the regulation alone is not enough. So that you can have whatever regulation, but people also go to use the tools that they get value and they feel that they are practical for them. So that we see it even with companies and basically enterprise solutions at the moment. I see that many companies basically say that don't use any external AI, and we only have our official internal tool, and you must use that one, and even for that one you cannot put all data. And quite often it is, for example, Copilot, because Microsoft is so excellent to sell to all enterprises. But at the same time, most of the employees go to use anyway publicly available tools, and they put also a lot of enterprise data and information to those tools because they feel that they get value from it. So that in that way, I think that the rules and the regulation is only one part. And another part is that how there can be tools and solutions that people could get more control on their personal data. And I think that it is really the key, that what are the tools that people can get control on their data and how they can get value from that. And only in that way, I think that the real privacy can happen.
Interesting. What are your thoughts, Donatus?
For me, actually, it's personally, this is the biggest kind of stopping factor to really, really open up and use personal AI tools, right? I just, you know, I'm not feel comfortable to give all my kind of, I don't know, vital data to any app which promises me good diet proposal or anything like that. I just don't, right? And when I go even more of that, I do understand that the more I share, the better value I'm going to get at the end of the day, right? And it kind of makes sense. But then I know usually who is behind these startups, you know, how young crowd is there, right? How much they are willing to risk the regulation or go into the gray zone of the customer regulation. You know, I just maybe say, maybe not now. Maybe I'm just going to wait. Maybe versus something I'm going to give to you, test you out, but not like give it to you all guys. So
I have a question, may I?
yeah, sure.
What if it's depersonalized?
Will it create value for me then? Personal value.
But what if it would create value for the science, for example?
Of course, you know, it's probably many different approaches to that, right? But and I agree that on a business angle, right, or synthetic data use, or you know, for example, we heard in a panel before, right, the guys which are fighting financial crime, right? So they are learning and training the models usually on synthetic data just to recognize the patterns and then to use in real life. But this is a bit different, right? In my opinion. It's a big data. It's a very different approach. Then I'm talking about myself and like giving my own everything to the, you know, interface or AI or whatever you call it, or any app. That's already kind of a personal question of trust in a way. And I haven't overcome yet, really. You know, when I use even LLM models, I always say delete history, things like that. But do I trust that they delete history? No. So I'm very cautious about that.
Yeah, one of the scariest but fun exercises you can do is ask GPT to tell you what it knows about you after you've been talking to it. It told me I get a lot of stomach aches, so I was like, okay, you know what, GPT, you know too much. Yeah, exactly. So I can relate to this a lot. You know, speaking of, so Amit, you look like you have a lot of interesting thoughts on this, maybe on how data could be used, the sharing of data for societal good. Do you maybe want to elaborate on that a bit?
I don't have too many opinions on it, but as somebody who did go to the Faculty of Medicine at this beautiful institution, where I literally was, you know, in front of bodies being donated for science and for good, I'm like, just take my data as long as it's depersonalized and you cannot track me down in any way. Take it and use it for whatever, making this world a better place. I personally, but this is my personal opinion, honest, but from the other side, I do believe, but this is again, just my personal opinion. But, and again, as long as it's depersonalized. However, I do understand that, you know, of course, if someone is making an insane amount of money and using it for commercial purposes, I do believe that then, you know, maybe people who donate the data could also get, you know, some kind of a benefit from it. And there are some models outside of Lithuania, from what I remember when I did my research several years ago about that. You can actually get, you know, some kind of a, you know, small little tiny reimbursement for the donation of your data. So I think that would be a share thing to do. If someone is making business on your data, you should get something from that, you know, from it. But if it's used for the greater purpose, as somebody, as I said, who went to Faculty of Medicine, where people actually are donating their flesh and bone, not only their data for free or for something else, for science, for making us healthier, for helping us live longer, I'm all for it.
Love it. Okay, great. So pivoting a little bit from data privacy now, let's kind of talk about digital twins again, because I know we talked about it a bit on the last panel. This sort of extrapolates on this idea of giving information and data. So Yoko, I was talking to your digital twin actually last night in preparation for this panel. I was trying to ask for advice on how I could win any argument against my husband. And your digital twin basically told me, don't you have better things to do with your time? And so, I mean, okay, I might be paraphrasing slightly. But the idea is that as we start to use more and more of these AI tools and we're building relationships with them, what might be an unintended consequence of building relationships with AIs?
Okay, it sounds like my twin is working very well.
He's
And
sassy.
because
He's very sassy.
I would have given the same answer. First of all, I think that a kind of starting point is what we see all already now, is that a kind of borderline between AI and human beings is getting more complex. So that AI twin is of course one part, that how I can make my own twin that basically represent myself and my perspective. But at the same time, I can see that, for example, in enterprises, there are more and more solutions that are called AI teammate, so that they are like experts of something. They can be legal expert, they can be geopolitical expert, they can be medical expert. So that it's very important to understand that, for example, to use a SaaS tool, basically software as a service, compared AI service, it's very different, because the first one is very fixed, for example, with the user interface and how it is working and so on, when basically AI is much more adaptive, and in that way it is coming much, it is much more like a human being or your colleague. And I think that it is the same with the personal AI also, that of course, when you start it doesn't know you. But over the time, it gets more data, and it is talking with other parties, it is learning more. And in that way, it is a kind of evolution what we have at the moment. And I don't believe that it's going to be so that there will be only one general AI that is basically answering to all questions. Because the fact is that there are many things that the personal perspective, but also different kind of opinions and different kind of facts means different kind of conclusions. I have actually tested also by using these different existing AI tools, like OpenAI, DeepSeek, Mistral, Copilot, Gemini, the same questions. And there are things that they give also very different answers.
Was it as sassy with you as it was with me?
But let's take, for example, politics and geopolitics and those things. You cannot expect that you get only one answer in the world at the moment. There are personal perspectives, but there are also other aspects. Like, for example, if you go to talk with DeepSeek about geopolitics, it gives you different answers, for example, what has happened in China or Taiwan than some other AI tools. And it is just one example that we cannot think that even it is AI, that it's only one opinion, one fact, one truth, that actually it depends on the data. And it's the same with the personal AI, that it is your personal perspective. And I believe that there will be a lot of AIs in the future that can also represent different point of views.
I love that. Thank you, Yoko. So Donatis and Amit, you both are investors. Have you noticed within your portfolio companies any unintended consequences, specifically for ones that are exploring AI with maybe their own user bases, things that surprised some of your entrepreneurs as they determined product market fit or anything like that?
Do you want to? I'll need a second to think.
Okay. That's a deep question, right? And it's not like shooting straight away, right? Probably about 30% of companies I invested has some AI angle into it, right? Some of them are AI first, then we're talking about the protein creation, right, and discovery, which is kind of, AI is a kind of basics of what we do with the technology. Some companies just use AI as, for enhancing automation, some of the things. Probably for me was unintentional thing which I saw in the last years is in HR actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah, exactly. Where suddenly I see the company is not growing in manpower, but it's but we're adding slots into org chart, right, and naming it AI people, AI resource people working, right. So that was very kind of
like they had titles.
Yeah,
on
that's
the work
right.
chart.
That's
Wow.
already blocks and not a person, not a people, but resources doing things, right? And it was kind of, that was aha moment for me in a way, right?
Yeah.
I said, okay, that's very interesting. And suddenly now what I see very small companies, 3 people, 4 people, and they're doing so much work using AI, which is unbelievable. This is kind of a new way of doing business, in my understanding. Is it unintentional? I think this is a new way of doing things. Maybe it's very new to me, but I think this is exactly how it's going to go in the future. So that was interesting observation for me.
Yeah, definitely. Amit?
Unintentional or intentional, I don't know. But maybe I'll speak about intentional things that honestly surprised me. Again, we invest in super early stage, very super focused, digital diagnostics, preferably non-invasive, something with AI. Not necessarily, but everything is AI now, so literally everything. So, we have quite a few companies that do leverage, AI. We even have for ex-chief scientist of NVIDIA on our team to help us actually look deeper into the, tech behind it, and some other experts. We have a group of EIR, so again, I'm not a technical person. I cannot tell you too much on the technical side. But what surprised me a lot, because of the fact that we get to invest into super early stage, so we get to see these companies that are, still developing and, step by step. So, like things that you can take, you can do an eye scan. And from the eye scan, you can tell whether that person, 10 years before the symptoms appear, you can tell whether the person will have Alzheimer's. And things like that. So, these things, they just keep on surprising me. We review hundreds of startups every single year. And the things that people are making, we don't invest in all of them, of course. Not all are a good fit for us. Not for some might not be the best fit as well. But the things that people are making now and how AI has accelerated, accelerated the way healthcare is moving forward is just incredible. As I said, Dirbtinio Diagnostics, one of our portfolio companies, is one of them. Or we have another company that's in the gut space. There are so many different bacteria in our bellies and in our gut. And it's pretty impossible to, track this down and how things work in your gut if you do it, just with your own force as a scientist. But if you have models built for it, if you want to improve the healthcare of lifespan and health span of people, using digital tools and integrating these in your workflows is super important. So we have another company that's innovating in that space, gene sequencing for gut microbiome. I'm not going to go into details. Don't want to sound too scientific, but just
no. This is great. Concept. This actually segues perfectly into my next question for you, which was, and I'm also interested to hear Donatus's perspective on this as well. But how, as investors, you're coming across so many incredible companies that look like amazing opportunities, and some of them will be amazing opportunities financially, primarily. How do you balance, as an investor, when you're making an investment, putting funding into companies that are going to make money for the fund and bring back liquidity to LPs, versus also the human consequences for society that your big unicorn might have? Because those two are not always in sync.
Oh my, I love the fact that you highlighted the ones that will bring value back to the LPs, right? Because nobody cares about, making this world a better. No, I'm just kidding. It's all about, right, you have to make sure that you make money out of whatever you build. For that, you have to get reimbursed and all of these things, unfortunately, as well as in healthcare. For that, you have, scientific grants to make the science right, potentially. And then usually the startups that, do the science and get the grants, they move forward and build, spinning out a business out of it. So just wanted to, fun fact. But at Digital DX, what we do, and I think it was pretty interesting for me as a European to see how people are so aware about, not being biased against any groups, any people, any backgrounds, and do evaluations of the company and analyze, do due diligence on the company based on facts. For that, we built our tool that we use within the inner kind of a team, which is called ITED. So basically, it eliminates any biases that come across. For example, if it's a female, usually females, they're underfunded, right? If they're female founders, or maybe if your background is, not Ivy League, top-notch Stanford grad, no
hate
offense.
to the Stanford grads in the room.
All the love, but usually, people from top universities, there's a typical profile of who gets the funding, right? So because we want to eliminate that, of course, one of our first steps before we talk to the startups, we run through the ITED system the data that we collect from startups to make sure that we want to proceed and this is a good fit for us and we're a good fit for the team. So we have a tool that's built.
Great. Okay. Donatis, how do you approach this?
Social impact is always very important, right? Can we judge it accurately? No. We're investing in a very early stage, and it's as Paul mentioned in the first panel. Knife can be used for one purpose and for another, right? And I'm going to give you an example, right? 2019, we invested in a company which was working with AI on protein creation, and you can imagine, right? They can create fantastic cure for any disease, maybe in the future. Maybe they can create any special kind of other chemicals which are going to help us to fight pollution. But equally, we can create another COVID-25 using the same technology, right, in the same laboratory. And I actually had this discussion with one of the founding professors in the company. I said, so how we're going to be sure that we're not doing that? And he said, that's the only moral thing in us and people, deciding which direction they're going to go. So can I make a decision? Can I make it an agreement? Hey guys, you're not going to do bad things, right? Or not going to? Yes, I can, but is it enough? Probably not, right? So judging people at the end is the only and ultimate thing for us while doing investment, understanding which side we're going to go. We tend to believe, and we want to believe that we're on a good side of things, but sometimes, of course, reality is different. So it's hard to judge.
And if I may just circle back, when you have hundreds of startups in the same field that you take a look at, maybe it's a little bit easier for you to make some kind of a system to make sure that you judge the startup based on what they create. With, we have a layer of ITED, initial screening, right? We have 30 experts that come and then do the diligence on the startup, rather than if you potentially be a generalist and invest in like many different fields, then it might be a little bit more difficult, and like creating some kind of a tool to eliminate the biases might not be the best potentially way of proceeding.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I know there's a lot of innovation happening in the tech stack at VC funds to be able to sort of parse out great companies and pick out the winners. But this leads to my next question, and maybe we can start with Yoko. So, do you think there are certain things that AI shouldn't touch, that we should be keeping innately human? Like, for example, if, as an angel investor, if we're evaluating founders, is that something that you're going to continue to rely on your gut? or do you welcome bringing in data to help evaluate founder fit?
First of all, linked to this question, but also for the previous, I would start and very much agree what Donatas said also, that it's very complex to know that what can be used for good and for bad. That I have talked, for example, about personal data control and privacy many years. I have got many times comments that, okay, but for example, that it is, for example, another story in China that the government is using your data. But in Western countries and with Western companies or governments, you have nothing to hide, and so it shouldn't be a problem. So if I now say to these people that could you think that, for example, companies like X and Meta could do something with the local government against people? I think that the answer is a little bit different than it was two years ago. So that this is complex. And as Donatas also said, that it's very hard to make this kind of predictions for the future that this company or this data is only used for good. Even the intention originally is very good. So that in that way, I think that unfortunately it's a kind of ongoing fight, that how basically people can keep their own control, and also how regulation and legal systems could protect people. But I would say that it's hard to say that nothing is guaranteed, that let's say that we must be awake all the time and basically prepare also for different kind of situations.
Great, okay. So we're going to pivot a little bit. Okay, as AI-driven personalization becomes ubiquitous, does it strengthen individual identity, or does it risk creating these echo chambers of our own sort of perspectives along with the AI perspective? You know, like if we're, I guess, constantly interacting with AI, how much of our personality will become the AI and vice versa? So I'm curious, maybe Donatas, why don't we start with you?
Oh, I don't even know, right? Let us look a little bit back into a social network rise moment, right? So how it went. For some people who got deep into that, right, I think it created different personas online completely, sometimes so much different from real person that it's even crazy and it's scary. And you know, it can go to extreme, in my opinion. So with AI, I think it can go to crazy extremes. You know, imagine that I can have 5 different Donatas, AI twins, 10, 12, doesn't matter, right? I can give one here to look like an expert, right, and be very smart and calm. Suddenly I can give, you know, completely different from my bunch of friends who I'm fishing with, right, and completely different stuff. So I think it can create such multiplication effect for ones who are going to be deep into that, and especially if motivation is going to be some kind of real personal motivation, being it financial, being it just, you know, I want to be seen or outspoken. So I think we're going to see things that we've never seen, right?
That's fascinating.
And scary.
Yeah,
honestly, it's really scary, right?
It is. I'm trying to think of like 5 Stephanies. That's either my husband's fantasy or his worst nightmare. So I have no idea. Depends, I guess, on how you look at it.
Yeah, you should remember the movie with...
Best fantasy.
We had this movie, right? When the people...
Which one?
I forgot the name right now. Okay, doesn't matter.
Okay, we'll have to ask
the
film Donatas AI next time.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So pivoting again. So this is a little bit about some kind of societal things that I've been noticing just in general. Society is getting lonelier, and everyone in this audience at some point may have experienced what that has felt like. Maybe you just notice as an adult it's a little bit harder to make friends. And so I'm curious, like if we talk even about like dating apps or anything like that, do you see, will AI rescue us from loneliness by making it easier for us to find people that are algorithmically matched for us, whether that's platonic or romantic, or are we plunging us deeper into isolation, and what might be some unintended consequences? So, curious, anyone feel free to speak up.
There's a movie.
There's a movie, which one?
I don't remember. No.
Clearly, an unintended consequences. Our memory is getting terrible.
No, okay, I'm not an expert on dating apps. Never really used proactively them. I know that they exist, but my background is Jewish, and I don't know if you're familiar with this Netflix show, Jewish Matchmaker.
Yes, I love that show.
Yes. So Aliza Ben Shalom was interviewed by my friend by BBC, and it happened that she included one of the messages that I sent to my friend who's a journalist when I was trying to matchmake her with another friend from South Africa. It doesn't matter. So I'm entitled to talk about dating. I've been on BBC and where I was trying to match my friend. So that's number one. Number two, there was a movie about the fact, and about the matchmakers and matchmaking, the fact that, you can, I think maybe it was a show, one of the shows on
Black Mirror.
Yeah,
I think it was
I
Black
think
Mirror
so.
episode that you're
I think it
referring
was
to.
really interesting and good, but I firmly do believe in matchmaking. I think we don't do that enough in Lithuania. And I do believe that if there's a program, and actually there are systems in the Jewish world, I know, I was literally just in London with my friends discussing it, where they come every month and they're synced with their perfect match by their preferences and by their, some kind of other, data points.
Yeah.
And my friends are matched with some potential, husbands,
But
who
do you-
knows?
but do you
and they
think-
meet them online every month for 7 minutes, and they
Okay.
talk to each other. And because when you go to a bar, you don't know who you'll meet. You might spend an entire evening or maybe a week or two dating someone who's not a good fit for you, who doesn't have the same values, who don't want to have kids with you and stuff like that. And then you just waste a lot of your time on something that might not come true. So if there's a tech solution to potentially help you out in it, then yes.
Yeah, could be
But
interesting.
I've heard that in the United States, or maybe somewhere else, some people, they literally are kind of using AI chatbots to kind of help respond to messages and like automate the dating process, which I don't know
Oh
if
yeah,
it's
this
fair.
is a thing.
Yeah.
Can confirm.
It is.
So it's a thing. I've heard about this from my single friends, but yeah. So, but I guess my question that I want to challenge a little bit on, though, is that if we are relying on AI to essentially give us our perfect match, so to speak, have you noticed at all, even maybe as parents or uncles or whatever, have you noticed that the younger generations that have grown up with this technology, are they struggling to kind of develop the social skills that when back in my day, when you wanted to meet someone or talk to someone, you had to actually call them, which was absolutely horrifying, and then their parents would answer and you're like, oh, please, can I speak to, and you had to like overcome certain societal skill sets, right? And now we're so tied to our phone and algorithmic matching. Like, are there any consequences that you're noticing? Maybe Donatus speak, or Yoko.
Maybe I can start that first of all, that I'm sometimes so tired to all these stories, that how it used to be different. And when I was in school, it was so great, and we were working hard, and we were skiing to school 15 kilometers every morning, and we were so excellent and so on. And nowadays, kids are so lazy and they don't do anything, and they are just using their mobile phones.
Not quite what I said, but
AI is giving all answers to them and so on. So that it is called evolution. So that things are developing, and of course they are different, but I don't know that if they are totally different. that of course we have much more tools for adults and for kids today than we used to have 20 or 30 years ago. And I would say that it is normal, but of course it is changing also the behavior of people, how they communicate with other people and so on. But the personalities are also very different, so that different people take it in different ways and so on. So that in that way, I think that it's so hard to simplify too much this.
Spicy. All right.
I probably see two things here, right? So.
Okay.
I'm going to come back to this perfect match. And,
Okay.
and I'm going to give you a crazy utopian bad
Okay.
dream scenario, right?
My favorite.
It's, and I'm really afraid of that, right? I'm giving a piece, a kind of drop of blood, right? And we biologically determine who is perfect match for me. Biologically, right? And then...
There's a company doing
No.
that.
I give you the utopian
okay.
view, right? And this is very technically
Yeah.
possible right now. And suddenly, you want to have a match with somebody, and authority says, no, you're not the perfect match. You're not the best outcome for society. We're not doing that. How is about that with your perfect match, ladies? Would you like to continue this?
I would,
Really?
not in that way, but I definitely would.
Yeah. Not
But I will
Clarify.
tell you, I'll clarify.
Yes.
And
Okay.
I'm a mom myself,
Yes.
and having healthcare and background, of course, I had to do all of the tests in the world. My OBGYN was like, nobody has done all of these tests. Are you sure? I was like, yes, proceed. Why? Because and also in the Jewish Ashkenazi, I'm Jewish Ashkenazi from this part of the world, there are a lot of genetic disease, and you want to make sure that all of the outcomes are the best. So, and it's very, very popular in, for example, Israel and Jewish communities to do the testing, genetical testing for the fetus, and actually even before the fetus, to make sure that we're not second-generation cousins, because who knows, And you don't want to marry your, second-generation or whatever cousin, because you want to have the best outcome from the healthcare perspective for you, your kid, and your family, and of course the society. So I think that maybe not in such a, Black Mirror scenario, crazy type of way, but I did this myself. I do believe that it's important because it's important.
Okay, that's an interesting take.
I really agree with that, right? But you're probably looking for scenario, is it the cousin or not, right? Or is it the perfect match?
Let's not marry
Yeah,
our
let's not
cousins,
go with that.
is the takeaway. We don't want to marry our cousins.
And but coming back to the question, so I honestly believe that I don't consider myself internet generation. I'm before that, right? I wasn't born into the internet. Internet is not something I grew up with, right? But internet generation, social network generation, AI generation, very, very different people. Very, very different people. Very different way they kind of create businesses. I see that, right? I see these founders, 20-ish, more and more, and they're super different in many ways, in good and bad, right? So as you said, right? Is it, they're going to lose social skills? They will not be able to meet people and live in the world? Of course no. It's evolution. Again, it's the same thing. Do I like it? No.
No?
Why?
I
think it's crazy again, right? I think it's scary in a way, right? And I try to kind of teach my daughter simple things which I grew up into, and I think and I thought that it's kind of the way it should be. Am I right? Also not, right? Also not. So things are changing so dramatically fast. But still, I think the moral things, the moral stuff, there's something basic humanity stuff, what we have in our civilizations right now, I think it should stay. And this is our job, right? All of us working with AI, with the companies, to make sure that it's built in AI, not letting it go crazy, wild, and let AI decide what the social norms or moral norms are going to be kind of used for AI generation. So this is my...
I love that. And actually, that was one of my... before I get in my next question, I just want to do a time check. How much time do we have left?
3 minutes.
3 minutes. Okay, all right. So you know what? We're just going to go ahead and skip to the practical stuff. We're going to do a little bit of a lightning round here. So I promised Paul that I wouldn't be too philosophical and too many opinions, that we would have some practical takeaways for you guys regarding AI and your everyday lived human experience. So I'd like to ask the panelists, what are some use cases that are maybe not conventional. You know, we all summarize our emails on ChatGPT, right? We all do that. We're guilty of it.
Do we?
I mean, I don't, of course not, but you know, some of us do. And so
Digital twin.
yeah, and we summarize LinkedIn posts, whatever, blah. But there's certain use cases that maybe are a bit unconventional. If everyone could share a use case, or if you don't have a use case, a tool that maybe folks in the audience have not heard of or been exposed to yet and how you're using it, so that everyone can walk away with either a unique way to use ChatGPT that they haven't used before or a new tool. All right, so why don't we start with Joko?
I think that there are so many things nowadays that it's hard to say something, but maybe one thing that it's unconventional way to use something that I'm actually involved in one company that is making AI tool for the geopolitics also called Mission Gray, and I have said that nowadays I use it for my mental health, and the reason is that when I reading news and seeing what's going on in the world, I need a tool that somehow try to organize my thinking and what are the scenarios, because otherwise just by reading news it starts to be hard for the mental health. That is not a kind of primary use case for that tool, but I have felt that it helps that you can somehow organize the world.
Love that. Okay, Donatus?
I have actually two use cases, right? One is
Okay.
very, very boring, right? So I use this ChatGPT in the evening. I kind of realized that I will never read 500 books list I wanted to read. I know, there's not enough time left in my life, right, to do that. So what I do, I just say, hey, give me 10 best books of 17th century, you know, Anglo-Saxons. And he gives me 10 books. Then I said, give me 3rd, 4th, 6th, and maybe 10th. Do a summary, 5 minutes each, right? 20 minutes, suddenly I know. I know these names, I know these authors, now I know what they wrote about, not just the name. So that's fantastic, you know, that's kind of a very simple use case. And the second one, I'm just starting to use an app. This is a regional app, it's called When app. And the guys are recreating email and calendar usage with AI, right? So it's kind of, you sing it in all, what you have, and suddenly they show you how your week should look to match your, you know, lifestyle, occupation, whatever, things like that. We're just starting, but it gives me really, really interesting insights when to do what based on, you know, how successful it was last week. So I'm just starting that. We'll see how it goes. I don't know,
Awesome.
but yeah, it will be interesting.
Amit?
Well, what a question. I use it every day, every hour for most of the things. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to do everything what I am able to do, from literally note-taking, and also we use it actually at the front end. I don't know if none of you are using, you should totally use, you know, all the, especially for meetings are in English, tools like Eroye or Fireflies or any other note-takers. We use it at the front for every meeting. I think it's the best thing ever, especially for, you know, for example, if you're not a native English speaker, to summarize in real time, to summarize and put the data points and action points and do the minutes for every meeting of yours. It used to take tons of time to perfect it all, and now you had it like literally on the go. I think this is one of the best things. And also, you know, conversational tools that we have right now. I personally also use it for my own and my family wellness, not healthcare, off the record, by the way. Because, you know, when you go to see a doctor has only how many minutes?
Yeah.
How many minutes? Or even less if you're as healthy looking as you are. Take that as a compliment. Or even less, right? You just get the, you know, prescription and you go. So, you know, these tools, they give you access to the scientific databases. Again, it depends on the tools that you use, but if you prompt the conversational, you know, basically GPTs or any of the GPTs, it can give you pretty, you know, it can give you the basis for the scientific kind of next steps, what could potentially happen and you can do. And I think this is something that was not so accessible to people, and I'm pretty happy that it is right now. Even things like if I increase my steps by 2,000 and my weight is 24, I don't know, whatever. And my weight is 100. Will I lose more kilos this week and grams or not? And things like that to track your wellness.
Yeah, I love that. I was actually, my use case was going to be kind of half therapist, half like wellness coach, really. I use it all the time. In fact, I much prefer it over WebMD. Does anybody remember WebMD? That website? Okay. That website told me I was dying like every week. And if I looked up my most basic, I have a stuffy nose, it's like, you might have cancer. And I'm like, oh God. But in reality, it was just a common cold. So I like GPT because it's less like that. It's a little bit more level-headed, tends to give me better advice, so I can echo this sentiment. Anyways, guys, thank you so much for a wonderful panel, and thank you to our wonderful audience. And yeah, that concludes today's panel.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
being here and thank you for inviting us. I'm really pleased to be here. We have the discussion about EdTech and about AI in EdTech. I will introduce all of you. I'll do a bit of a different setting. But I would like to tell a personal story, how I came to EdTech and the technology. So my name is Dinas. I have a company called LearnSharp. And I graduated in Rotterdam, Business School of Rotterdam. And during my studies, I met one teacher. And that teacher was very important for me because we discussed with him what is education, what is the purpose of education, what is knowledge. And we had that conversation even after my graduation. That teacher later introduced me to the management of the university and also to other universities. He went with me to Den Haag and to Tilburg, Eindhoven, and actually he even traveled with me to Belgium to introduce me to the Belgium very known University Leuven. But 6 years ago, he retired, and before retiring, he asked me, he said, Dinas, I know you well enough now, and why are you still in education? What are you doing here, you know? And that question was so unexpected for me that it haunts me till now. And I want to start my discussion by asking Danielius my first question. Danielius, you are the person, you are the one who introduced blockchain into education. You are the one who are very interested in crypto. You talk a lot about AI. You are young, fast, and furious. And when I look to myself back 10 years ago, I look a bit to you. And I want to ask you the question that haunts me. Why are you still in education?
Want to? Yeah, indeed. My grandparents were teachers in a small town. I saw how much respect they gained. And everyone knew me in that small town because I was, grandkid of my grandparents. And I saw how teachers changed human lives. And I like this a lot. And during my professional career, I was a management consultant for nearly a decade. Somehow I always gravitated towards working with people, with human structures, creating some programs to accelerate the human knowledge or their startup success. And I understood that I'm really interested in helping humans to change and gain new knowledge and somehow make an impact. So personally, when starting bid degree, I gave myself 10 years in education. So right now it's like 7.5 since I'm trying to implement blockchain, crypto, AI, and all the new stuff into education. It isn't easy. Actually, most of the companies that I know somehow pivoted from pure education into something else and then started making money. B2C education is largely seen as making a brand for yourself, and then you go to B2B where the money is. Yet I'm still in this B2C side trying to help internet users learn in different ways. And over those years, I've built probably 12 products. I still have a few new ones that I'm trying to give to people to use and understand, is it useful? Is it not useful? Does it help them to change their lives or not? And I think with AI, we finally have a perfect recipe to replicate to a large extent the relationship that a learner has with a teacher or tutor. And I think this will bring a revolution of knowledge. And even consider yourself, I guess if you're like me, like you're spending most of your time in ChatGPT every day, learning. I don't consider this to be, social media stuff. When you mindlessly scroll something, you have a question and you get immediate answer. And we will only increase the velocity of those answers, leading to more knowledge globally. So I guess after 7.5 years, I'm still passionate. I still haven't made it, so to say. I'm still in progress. And I guess, you know, this will be a lifetime fascination in one way or another.
Oh, very nice to hear. You touched one aspect, and that's respect for the teacher, because my grandmother, she was a teacher all her life. And my second question I want to give to Agne. Agne has a private gymnasium, so she's already for 30 years almost.
Yes, it's the
and
first.
yeah, and I want to ask her a very specific and very, for me, important question. Because when I talk about a tech is somehow, it's like, I don't know, I almost sometimes shy to say that I'm in a tech, because a tech is something like, yeah, we're doing a lot, but nothing happening. That feeling I get, you know? And, but when I talk about the teachers, we had this authority crisis in Lithuania, you know, that nobody cares about the teacher, nobody respects the teacher. Teacher is, it's not important anymore, especially in an age of AI, that authority is being tackled even more, how to say. And you're having, and actually when we're talking about the primary education, the problem is the biggest, they say. So I don't know, what's your experience and how you see that, the authority of the teacher in the age of AI?
Mm-hmm. Well, that's a really good question. Who builds respect? Not government, not mom, dad, well, you need to respect me and you guys need to respect me. I, by myself, build respect. And how I do that? By constantly changing, by constantly adapting to the change. That's how you build trust and respect. Yeah, I believe in you, and you'll be my leader because you know what's cooking in the world. And I'm not gonna trust in you if you know, 30 years back. So trust and respect, these kind of things are already, we're talking about that already for 20, for 30 years, yes? And according to PISA, International Student Assessment, which was done in 2018, you know, these numbers were really shocking because in Lithuania, only around 30% of students perceive their teacher as a leader, as an inspiring leader. Nevertheless, in Finland, we have more than 65%. But it's not because that, you know, government, Finn said that, guys, you need to respect every single teacher. It's not because of that. Because of constantly changes and how they adapt to these changes. So, yes, AI showed the ugly, naked truth about that, well, what's going on in the world. Are we ready to adapt those changes or we're not? Because COVID already showed that we are not ready for changes. We believed, but we are not ready for that. And we're again stuck in, 30 years back. So I'm not sure if I answered your question, but it's the thing, it's like a love. You can't see love. It's as you can't see respect. Whether you feel it or you do not feel it.
Because at least me, when I was just a child, and I saw my teachers like the source of knowledge. They know everything. I can go to my teacher and I ask him and he answers me or her. But now, what the children are doing, they are just open ChatGPT and they ask and they get even more answers and better answers, and then they question themselves, why I need a teacher. Mm-hmm. And that's why what struggles me, because what you do about that, you cannot, some countries, they forbid ChatGPT and all the telephones, you cannot bring them to the class, but it doesn't change the perspective of the child. And that's why I'm wondering how schools tackle that problem. Can they tackle that problem even?
Mm-hmm. Well, they should. They should. And everybody says teachers are irreplaceable. Guys, bad teachers are replaceable. Bad teachers. But good teachers, the one who provides inspiration, love to the subject, who are really leaders, who motivates. We're already in educational sector talking around 20 years that teacher, we need to change the center how teacher looks like. He's not anymore the knowledge provider. only knowledge. He's facilitator, he's mentor, he's coach who guides through the learning journey. And the knowledge is a consequence because I trust in you, I believe in you. You're a good partner, I believe in you, and yeah, let's go through that learning journey. So AI showed again that ugly truth that, well, guys, we need to change or we'll be replaced.
Okay, thank you. Interesting. Ms. Gabija. Gabija Skucaitė is the one who has the private college and actually has it in all the biggest cities of Lithuania, so in Vilnius, Kaunas, Klaipėda. When I was a teenager, you already hear the Skucaitė. So you are very known for that, a leading person in education. What for me is very interesting, because you started in the early 90s, and the times are very, very different than today. You had many crises. You had a financial crisis, Lithuania had a migration crisis, then we had the COVID crisis, and then we have now AI. I don't think that AI is a crisis, but it's for sure it's a huge shock for education, and that you hear that also from the prominent universities, that they don't know how to deal with this new technology. And what are your experiences with AI and with this technology shock that we're having now?
Hello, is it on? Yes, it is on now, right? Okay. So hello, everybody. Really nice to be here in this spectacular environment. Yes, world is always and constantly facing some crisis. I think this is the way the evolution works. It puts us somewhere in the crisis, and just we mentioned those which we were living through. We don't remember the ones where we were not born yet. It doesn't mean that world hasn't had any crisis before. Within education, we experience the crisis, but we're facing them, and because of education is such a constant thing for the human, that's why we are so resilient for the crisis. So we are not a financial sector, we are not a real estate. This is such a core essence to the human activity that also institutions of education are more resistant to the crisis, because education is something which is constant for like ages. It's based not only on technological revolution, it's based on the very essential human needs to become humane. And that's what is much more important, not only became tech savvy or technocrat, but what is important for the human is to learn how to be human. And facing AI, I see the same way. This is another enabler, a good tool. Actually, humanity had that evolution because of the tools she had created during the lifetime of the humanity. Humans created language, an essential tool for us to be humans. If you do not have language, actually you cannot create technology. You cannot create LLP if you don't have a language. Humans created electricity and a lot of different things. With AI, I see a lot of good enablers for us to gather more information. You know, you can see that some of the functions or some of the skills can be replaced. And I think that's for good, because if they can be automated, it means they are not so much human related. I mean, if ChatGPT can type faster than me, I'm okay with that. I don't want to compete in that, in that. Oh, that's okay. I can still see a lot of opportunities for humans to be better humans. And just because we have a tool, like general tool which has a vast amount of data, is able to process the data, and is able to give us information at once, it doesn't make us lesser, because the value of the human comes to how we behave, how we act in the world. And the experience of being a human depends on what we do with all this information. So even education is not only about transmitting or transferring or replicating the knowledge. I think that information and knowledge was too much adored. We need to be those who are able to experiment with the information, who are able to use this information and that knowledge for our better actions in the world. So what defines us as human is what we do. It's not what we have read on ChatGPT answer. So what? Okay, it answered something to you. You read it. What does it mean? Everything will depend on what we will do with what we have read. And because we are flesh and bones and blood, that makes us living organisms, and we are alive, and that's a difference between us and AI. And education needs to become, and I think that's such a fascinating era when we are getting a little bit rid of this replicating and citing the others and just repeating the same knowledge. And now we are getting into an era of real invention, what humans can do, experimenting, creating, and behaving in the best manner how we can as humans.
Okay, very, very interesting. I agree on some of the points. When I think about, now when I'm listening to you, I'm thinking about education. Education for me is not only the knowledge. I have now a child and he's like 5 years old. And when I'm thinking, okay, what is education? Education is also about ethics, about morals, about the values. And this part is extremely important, and we forget in education a lot about that part. So, Sebastian, I want to give you also a question, because I don't know you so well. I read your LinkedIn post, and Paulus told me a bit about you. And what I read is that you are writing about ethics in education. And yeah, it's a very interesting topic in the age of AI, ethics and maybe academic integrity. Also another point that is very important. Can you tell me about that, what you're doing?
Definitely, thank you, Dinas. So I figured I was next when ethics was mentioned. So I have a background in bioethics and in human rights law, and I'm fascinated by how language models can be used also to achieve ethical goals and do something positive, right? A lot of my colleagues will say something that is generally quite fearful of language models and technology. There's a perception that ethics is like a brake on things, and there are many problems that need to be addressed, but I think there are also many, many opportunities. So I focus in my research on how we can use language models to produce knowledge, produce scholarship faster, and then I agree with the importance of what we do with the information that's outputted. So I think that it's about a partnership. It's about co-creation, about people working with the models to do what the humans can do better and faster. So what does that mean in practice? Well, let's say that you use ChatGPT or some other models to produce your essay or your next article. If you just copy-paste that over and you have very little of your own input in it, there's very little of your own skill, your own effort, your own sacrifice in the sense of opportunity cost, what you could have done with your time that goes into it. And so you have less of a claim, you have less of a relationship to it, you can take less credit for it. But if you then take this output and you mix your own labor with it, you improve it, you iron out any inaccuracies, you add stuff that's missing, you vet and guarantee it thoroughly, then I see it as more akin to working together with somebody. In academia, when we write articles with bigger teams, there's typically some people that are more junior and some people that are more senior. And the responsibility of the senior authors is not always to do the work itself, right? They'll have some junior colleagues write the draft, and then they'll edit it, and they'll improve it, and they'll say, you missed this and this, or, you know, are you really sure about this point? Or can we phrase this better? And so I feel like with models like ChatGPT and this new generation of powerful language models, everybody becomes an editor, right? The sort of knowledge production changes from raw production to vetting, filtering, distilling, guaranteeing, and improving. So that's just a high level.
Very interesting, because last time I met someone, and they already a long time ago, it's not new, it's about 10 years ago already, maybe even 20 years ago, this peer coaching method. This is a bit what you're talking about, that the teacher is not correcting the work, but the student corrects the work of other student, and the other student corrects the work of other student. And this peer coaching method can be very effective. The problem now is that they take the work that's written in ChatGPT of one student, they upload it to ChatGPT, and they edit that ChatGPT product with another ChatGPT, I don't know, product, and it's a challenging. I think I totally agree on you that everybody becomes an editor. So that's true, and not more. How you say? The source of knowledge. But that's also, for me, how to say, I see their problems, because it was very interesting. I forgot the name of that scientist in Lithuania, and she spoke about the things that our brains, our capacities are disappearing. Yeah, Kurta Neniniškė, yeah. And Urte, sorry, Neniniškė. And she also, she talked that our children don't know how to write anymore, because we're writing less and less, or we memorizing less and less, and because of all these, how I say, extra things, we're not becoming more clever, but actually, now I would not say more stupid, but different. And then my question is, editing the thing that we want. We want actually the knowledge is something what you produce and not what you just edit. I don't know. What do you think about that?
I think it's a really, really fascinating question, right? So on the one hand, there's this argument that we've been here before, right? So if you go all the way back to Plato, he has Socrates say in one of the dialogues that all this writing down of information is silly because we're going to forget to remember, right? We're going to lose our ability to remember the spoken word. Back in the day, bards could recite Homer, right, in full. And now few people can do that. More recently, we've had the conversation with calculators, right? So we will lose the ability to do long-form multiplication in our head. So that's the one side of the argument. And so there it's like we are losing certain skills, but do we really need those skills going forward? Are we really going to be doing much of the first drafting ourselves? So that's, plausible argument. But it gets complicated by the same framing or narrative of this shift to editing, right? Because to be a good editor, you need to have the skills to judge the writing, and you develop that from the writing. So for someone like me who's, in their career, I've been doing this for 10 to 15 years, I already have some of those skills, and I can move over to become an editor. But what about people that need to develop these skills first? If they just start to produce everything and edit everything, as you said, with the models, then they will never develop those skills in the first place. So I don't have an answer to that. I know some of my colleagues have, at the University of Copenhagen, we have these 3-hour seminars. It's very long teaching blocks. And they'll have people do group work where one person will prompt the language model, and then the group will critique the output and the prompt, right? So like, what could you have prompted better? What are you sort of influencing? But also from the output, what can you trust? What needs to be researched more, and so on. So it's kind of like developing critical AI literacy skills is one way.
Yeah. Okay, interesting. And I will ask now the question to Danielis, because we are like, with Danielis, we're sometimes having heated discussions, and but it's actually not so heated. I find that very interesting. You are a direct person, I'm a direct person, and sometimes we have like crazy discussions. But what you dare to do in Lithuania, you are criticizing openly the education, and especially that they're lacking to adopt the technology. And you're doing that in a very sometimes direct or hard way. And maybe you can name some reasons why you're so openly attacking the education, or maybe better, not why, I know why, but maybe what are the reasons why education is so slow to adapt the technologies? Meanwhile, all other sectors are so fast now adopting. Actually, I read just an article 2-3 days ago that even government is very fast adopting AI technology. So schools are semi-government.
So, you know, there is the saying that young are impatient. However, I'm not young anymore. I have 2 kids. I remember when I started being a management consultant at the age of 21. And I consulted some of the largest Lithuanian companies and also engaged with government, especially in the startup support field. So I visited all of the ministers ever since and tried to say, this is how we need to develop startup ecosystem. And they usually wouldn't listen, you know. But I would get an occasional win, like one thing is there, you know, and I'm very happy about that. So I can say that some of the programs that appeared in Lithuania were a result of me being impatient and pushing agenda instead of listening. Actually, this, Monday, I was at the Ministry of Education talking about how to implement AI in the Lithuanian education system. And I was there in a capacity of a person that understands AI. And I'm not even a technologist. You know, I just kind of happen to understand it from a business side, how it works, etc. You know, the technologists could go very deep. But since I've spent those 7.5 years in the education field, I just see, you know, I understand how the field of education looks like. I understand how the ministries work, how, you know, the school systems work, universities, etc. And I also understand technology. So I have 2 sets of expertise. And now, for me, naturally, I see synergies, you know, how things could be applied, you know. And the thing that we were discussing on Monday was that Estonia became the first country in the world to adopt open AI. And it's a big, you know, announcement. So from my side was like, you know, why wouldn't Lithuania do this? You know, like maybe we could write a letter to OpenAI, and actually we did. Adopted her. And then the question was, so what do we do with it? You know, so ChatGPT for everyone, but how do we use it? So there is a need to understand both fields in order to understand how to make it useful. You know, ChatGPT can be a personal tutor for a subject, but you need to upload materials. The teacher should do that. The teacher should encourage, children to use that tutor, because there's one teacher, but 20, 30 children. But that AI tutor can have individual attention to every one of them, and even silly questions can be answered. However, we need to ensure, data privacy, etc., all the things, and make sure that that tutor is not stupid. It wouldn't do harm to the kids. So there is a lot of, application complexities that need to be done. And this, even ChatGPT can be applied, in tens of ways. And I'm not even talking about, the hardcore, machine learning and true artificial intelligence that we could run on data, make, the entire education system predictable in terms of how, like what's the individual progress of each and every kid and how we could help them. All of this is possible today. I happened to participate in Lithuanian Academy of Science funded project that I really dedicated my time for, and it was like 4 years ago probably, and the question was how Lithuanian education system can adapt because of COVID with digital means. And there we wrote scenarios and plans of how this could be done. ChatGPT wasn't a thing then, but we wrote exactly same things 4 or 5 years ago, and when it happened, nothing. So therefore, I'm really impatient. I'm pushing. Yeah. I see how this could help, because if my work life has changed because of ChatGPT so much, why can't the learning change so much and be way more efficient? I see this as an accelerant, but many people do not have the same knowledge of this education field and technology as I do, and therefore they're lagging behind. Same was with the digital transformation. You know, like we haven't even implemented it properly in all of the governmental areas yet. So my hope is, and actually, why adoption could be faster right now, because we have big problems. And big problems can be solved with leapfrog solutions. You know, if we would decide to create, you know, a really working group with a lot of, you know, political support to implement, you know, AI properly in the education system, we could leapfrog so many, you know, other countries. And because Lithuania is small, this is still feasible. You know, the investment would be large, but the benefits could be even higher. And we could end up in a place like Finland, where education and edtech is an expert sector that contributes, you know, percentages of GDP annually. So I hope I answered your question. Impatience is mostly driving me.
You're still impatient, I know that. I agree with you, but because at least my experience is because I was on the, how you call it, education side, and now I am on the edtech side. I a bit understand why the education is so slow, because let's say I have our tool, yeah? I can create the content, and it's not something what I'm talking about for the future now, today. And I can create the content, I can create the questions based on that content, I can create answers for that content, I can correct the answers of the student, or I can create the answers, and then I can give a feedback, and then I'm thinking, what student has to do? I can do for him everything, the same for the teacher. I can do the same for the teacher, everything. So how we arrange our process that when you can, before was the problem, we could not do a lot of things. Now the problem, we can do everything. So it's a different problem. Now the problem, how we stop things from doing too much.
So, like, I'll really follow Agne and Gabia. What they have said is that we need to make, you know, we need to teach children or, you know, students to become adults, human. You know, how to thrive in this environment where change is so rapid and these technological tools are, you know, available to us. So, you know, like, how can we maximize the potential of a human given all of this technology? I think this is the key. Instead of, you know, thinking how to memorize more, how to read more, we need to change, you know, the skills into a higher order of thinking, you know. So if I was learning how to write sentences, how to put words one after another, right now, with deep research, you know, I'm handling tens of pages and trying to understand how to map contents together. So I'm going into the higher order of thinking. And I think the society is transitioning towards that, and we need to enable them to maximally utilize those skills. Even though we might lose, you know, the handwriting abilities and other things, but, you know, humans need to adapt, and we are adapting to what's in front of us. If we will have some, you know, nuclear wipeout of all technology, we'll adapt to agriculture again, I guess.
Okay, interesting. So, because I really, this panels is for me always difficult, because I start slowly, but in the end I have so many questions that I want to ask, but we have no time, and I want to ask Gabia one more question, and then also Agne. So my question to Gabia, when I hear so many technological advancements, like 20 years ago, nobody chose school because they were using, like, I don't know, Word 2000 and not 2012, you know? Technology was never an issue. But lately you hear more and more that students are looking to the colleges or universities to the innovation level, how innovative they are, or what kind of tools they're using. I don't know if it's because of the technology or the children are changing, but I would like to ask you the question, how are you choosing the tools? Are you choosing the tools? How you see the technology in the schools? How to make these choices?
Is it on? Yes. I need to check, because with this usual technology, so usually there's much more problem with multimedia than with AI at all levels of conferences. So how we do this? I think first you need to be like innovation-oriented at the management level. I think that really could drive the institution forward and to be ready. Also, you need, at this managerial level, not only like IT department, but like the managerial team, like director or someone who really runs the organization. I think if that person is like tech-oriented person, then it will drive this progress and firstly, you need to be aware of what's happening and what are like the most general things in the tech evolution. And firstly, you need to equip these tools. Those are which are general, because sometimes I see people are not aware about like a general tools, not like some specific AI, a small language model, but about like some very general things, which if you will use like Google and with all its capacities, it could be really useful for a lot of digitalization of the processes. And this is not something very specific. So, and then equip your team with the competences for the general tools. And then, scouting the technologies. That's what I do, like scouting, okay, what are new in the market, and then try and demo it. So with the small team, then try and is it work? Because there's a lot of the tools which like I'm just ordering for the trying, and I say, okay, that's good, I understood, okay, but that one which was general was better. Even this is like something promise, like some niche technology, but sometimes that general technology makes everything. So probably we are moving to that era of more generalized technologies, and they will have a lot of information and tools in them. And then all comes to the good usage. How good you are at the usage of these technologies, because you need to equip your skills, your skill set with the use of these technologies. And then you need to enable others, like at your organization, also to use these technologies. So we were at our institutions, mainly because I have several institutions, so that one which you mentioned, which were established in Klaipėda, we are very digital, like moving forward. It's not that like we the best at tech level. There's so much things we still need to implement. But at least when COVID came, we were ready in one day for everything. It was not a problem because we already were adapting the tools which we needed. So I think you need to be like digital ready, be aware, use those things which are available, and equip your skill set. And if you're good at this, you train these models according to you. Then you train yourself, you train them. Sometimes some of my colleagues, they're laughing how I communicate with AI. I'm like getting in the very human tech contact, like with you, with your husband. Actually, sometimes it's so funny, like I'm getting into some arguments. Why you think so much? You're doing mistake here. You think better about this. And because AI is so much obedient, maybe, and it doesn't argue with me. It's not the husband level, so you can argue with AI at much better, good for yourself.
Yeah, interesting. I have one question for Agne, and then Sebastian will have a short demonstration of how he uses AI or his tool for writing scientific papers, like I understand, yes?
That's right. I'll show you like do-it-yourself ed tech.
Okay, so I have one question for Agne because I follow her on LinkedIn. And actually in the first and second panel, the topic was you a bit touched on the topic about privacy, and I'm actually a believer of privacy, but I'm completely lost. At the moment, we have Microsoft Word. Yeah? Microsoft Word Microsoft Windows, they have so much telemetrics that they send. You cannot use anymore Windows without the internet even. So you have Office 365, it's in the cloud, and they collecting all the data. Then you have Teams. Actually, Dutch university said we will not use it because it just collects everything, all the data. Then we have another thing. We have like telephones. Actually, they're collecting data even now. So they're listening. Ooh, spooky, but it is spooky actually when you think about it. But we just saw, we got used to that. And now we have OpenAI. And OpenAI, the children, but also the adults, writing all the personal things that they would never ever share it on the social media, but they share it on AI models. So what does it mean, privacy, today?
So, well, we need to divide this question into the two answers. Privacy, like governmental privacy, and the privacy, how I perceive privacy as a user. So I guess when we talk about ourselves, we give our privacy just, for the matter of sake, just because it's convenient and it's really easy to use. I by myself have a really huge opportunity to work in 2 universities. I teach heads of schools and deputy directors. And you know in which stage we are. We're not talking about privacy. We are talking if we need AI in classrooms. With Lithuanians, head of schools, and they are really awesome. They're really wonderful people. But we're not in that stage to understand that privacy. And if I can add to Dinas, we have, not Dinas, Danielius, we have school fully driven with AI in Lithuania. We already 2nd year, we are implementing that schools with no teachers, with the tutors, with the mentors. We have co-learning space. And again, there is a privacy. So, privacy issues, there are a lot of concerns, and why we're not talking to everybody? Because there's a lot of haters in the educational sector. We're not used to, hold each other's hands and, hey guys, yeah, I have really nice competences. You have wonderful competences. You have wonderful competences. Let's collect all together and let's create something magnificent. At the moment, we're not doing that. So we are competing, and that's lowers us everywhere.
I agree on one thing, that for me, education is about the collaboration, and collaboration is something different than 2 big universities or have an agreement with some huge company. Yeah. Like, not collaboration, it's business. Collaboration is something sharing.
It's a relationship.
It's a relationship, exactly. I agree on that completely. We have no time, almost left, so 7 minutes you have, Sebastian, to demonstrate what you are doing.
Thank you so much, Dinas.
Yes.
So, I think, here we go. So as I mentioned briefly, this is well, first I should say this is part of a larger work area that I share with my wonderful colleagues from Oxford and Singapore, some of whom are here today, Hazem, Brian, and Christina, but also Julian Sabalescu and many other people. So I will show you this tool that I built myself, which essentially uses ensemble methods, which is combining many different models to create a first draft. But before, just some quick background. I mean, for this audience, I don't think I need to go into what LLMs are, but the crucial thing technically to understand is that these are deep neural networks that imitate brain structure to some extent. And they're fascinating for educational reasons because, if you ask your wild language model to justify its existence, the first several things that will come up are all related to information learning, dissemination, and communicating. So the first part of the thing I'm going to tell you about comes from this previous effort, where we did something called fine-tuning. Now, fine-tuning is, if you remember this artificial neural network from just before, the sort of what's called parametric memory, like the knowledge, if you will, of the language model is based on the weights between these nodes, so like these artificial neurons. And when you train a model, these nodes are configured in a way that the connections between them have various strengths, and that then leads to different outputs depending on which nodes are activated. If you don't want to train a whole model from scratch, you can take an existing model and give it further training on a specific data set, and that's what fine-tuning is. And to do this, you know, it's quite simple these days. It used to be much harder, but what you need is a bunch of examples of inputs and outputs. So what we did is we took all the papers we'd written before. Now, I'm relatively junior. I've only written so many papers. But Brian here has written hundreds, and our senior colleague Julian has also written hundreds. So we sort of combined efforts. And so each of these rows that you see is a specific section, like an introduction, a background, a conclusion, whatever. And we had quite a few of them in the end, over 1,000. We put them into this Excel format. And then so conceptually what this is just giving it 1,000 examples of what kind of output you want for the input that you're giving. Now the output was clear. We just took the sections that we had from our written published papers, because that's what we want to generate high quality academic output. But what should we use for the input? So we came up with this prompt template. This is not optimized in any way, but the basic insight is that most of the information about an academic paper is contained in the title and the abstract. So if you feed it the title and the abstract, and then you tell it to generate the introduction, and then you give it your actual introduction that you wrote, you're training it to write an introduction like you, based on the information in an abstract. So the idea is you can then give it a new abstract and a new title of a paper that hasn't been written yet, and it will write it in your style. This is just some information on how many papers and tokens. Tokens are the units that are processed by language models. They are subparts of a word, or they may be full words if it's like a or the. And yes, and you can do this, nowadays you can do this on the OpenAI platform, but you can also do it in Python. And so what you do is you put in your title and abstract of the next thing, and it gives you an output. Now, we don't have time for you to read this. You'll just have to trust me that it's pretty good. But visually, you can see, right? Our first AutoGen models were based on GPT-3. So you can just see, because we did this a few years ago, and you can just see visually, right? Like there's just more information, and when you read just parts of the thing on the right, which is the model trained on Julian Savulescu's writings, you see it's also better. But bear in mind, this is GPT-3, so we now have newer models. Okay, so if you take all of that, what I just showed you, and you think of that as step one in a bigger process of creating a first draft. What you get with these fine-tuned models is you get huge variability in performance. So some outputs will be terrible, like illegible, right? Like they will not make sense. But others will be as good as I can do myself, and some will be even better. Like it's rare, but it happens. So you get this huge variability. So so back in the day, I used to just click refresh, refresh, refresh. I mean, cherry picking is not a problem here. It's completed very quickly, right? So you can just continue. Inference costs are not super high, given what you get. But what if you could automate this, right? So what I did is created sort of and this is why I call it DIY EdTech, because I use Cursor AI. I don't know if people know this, but it's like a developer environment. It's a fork of Visual Studio. And it sort of has integrated agents that compose code for you. So it lets you code in natural language. So I use that. I have no coding experience. And I created this ensemble workflow. So first, what happens in step one is, well, there's like a little Streamlit interface. It looks like this. And you put in the title. I'm basing this example on a paper that Brian and I wrote with colleagues, which I thought was a relevant topic for today's panel. And you just put in the title and the abstract, and then you specify how many sections. And then what it does under the hood is it sends individual requests to the fine-tuned model to produce section by section a full paper draft. And it does this however many sections there are. Let's say there's 5 sections. It does that 5 times. So that's 25 requests that are sent automatically in step 1. That returns a bunch of text, which is then fed in step 2 into what I call a general prose model. Like this is just a language model, and some models are better than others at writing academic prose. It used to be that Claude's better. Now it's GPT 4.5. It changes with each update. So whichever model is best at writing prose. And there's a specific prompt, and it sends all this text with this prompt and says basically, here's a bunch of word salad, take the best information out, and give me a single best of version that's structured and logical and retains the best elements, plus the style of the fine-tuned model. Because the whole point of using the fine-tuned models is that it writes in your own style, right? And that's useful practically because you're closer to the final output, but also ethically, because you can have a closer connection with the information content, right? It is executed for you automatically, but it's executed on the background of your own work that you did before. So it's one step better than doing it on the basis of other people's work. Then you get a raw draft. That's then sent to a reasoning model. Reasoning models are types of LLMs that take longer to think and which specify or tell you they're working or what the model owners claim to be the working. And currently we use O3 Mini High. This also changes all the time. We'll switch to DeepSeek R2 when that comes out soon. And this will then act as a red teaming, have a red teaming operation. Basically the prompt is something like, here's my draft, tell me 10 reasons why it sucks, right? Like give me all the dirt on this paper. And this has to be because of sycophancy, right? It has to be quite harsh, right? So we have a pretty harsh prompt. And then it comes back with all these reasons why our work is terrible. And that then gets sent back to the general prose model to integrate. And it produces the raw output. So that's just the sort of very, very basic. I did do it this morning. This will only run on my computer locally. I haven't put this online, so I can't show you live. But you put that in. And then here's sort of what it looks like. It comes out with a Word document that, the quality of which depends highly on the quality of the abstract, but it's pretty good, right? And it's better than what you can do with just the normal GPT, or Claude for that matter. Now, this is all, a beta, as I said, is DIY bootstrapped. I don't know anything about coding. I'm learning as I go along. I'm getting help. My colleague Hazem here is working on integrating literature reviews automatically. So we can get Perplexity's deep research, we can call that through the API. There's also things like Cite and Elicit that has specialized academic databases and will return relevant information, which is then, the idea is this information will then be sent to a reasoning model to integrate, right? So when that happens, you end up with something like this, but with a lot of citations already, and accurate citations. Now, of course, that's 5 steps. You can think of many, right? We have schematized 9 steps. I'm sure you can think of others. But this is just to show you what's possible even with today's technology. So they say the future is here, it's just unevenly distributed. But the main point of what I'm saying is you can learn this, right? Like, I did all this with the language model. It taught me how to do this, and any one of you can do that too. So thank you.
Yeah. Before closing, I want just to say one thing. After seeing your presentation or demonstration, I remember many years ago also demonstrating, and after hearing you, Danielis, and hearing you, Agne, and you, Gabriela, what you said, I would like to really just emphasize how important is collaboration, especially in education. I have a feeling that there is less and less collaboration between the clever minds. I don't know why we are so competing with each other, why we are so afraid of each other, but I really want to use the opportunity, especially after hearing all these things, what I hear today, just please take a time to know each other, and maybe, I hope so, you're going to find ways to collaborate, and after 2-3 years, we're going to stand here again, maybe in different setting, presenting not only demos, but our solutions together. So thank you very much for everybody.
Quick announcement.
Good afternoon and welcome back to this hall. I'm so happy to be back in Vilnius and after a year since the first conference on this subject, living with personal AI. And I apologize for the delay of, say, 10 minutes or so. That's kind of the proof of the hospitality of Lithuanian people. And the restaurant staff did not let us go before we had coffee, even half a cup of it. That being said, and I would like to address why we are here and what we are going to talk about, and what I and my colleagues in Japan did in the meantime since we last met here in this auditorium. So, as the opening speech of the deputy rector of the university mentioned, this conference is part of the activities of the Moonshot project, what is called, and funded by the Japanese government, whose focus is mostly on the engineering side. So by use of technology, what can we do to enhance the capability of the human beings targeted at the year 2050, 2050? Seems to be a bit far in the future, but not really. It's only a quarter century ahead. So anyway, so the aim of the project is to see what will happen by that time. And then the project leader of this project is fully aware that there should be examination of the social and institutional issues, what we usually call LC issues. But for the purpose of this specific project, we have invented a word of E-cube-LC. Ordinary LC stands for ethical, legal, and social issues, but E-cube-LC adds two other E's, like economic and environmental, or for sustainability, and by using the term fairly known in Europe. And Paul and I are part of the group and pursuing what are the legal and institutional and social issues with regard to the use of cybernetic avatars, or in a more kind of a common word, personal AI. As you see that to the left is the website of this E-cube-LC team of this project, and on the right side, you see the screenshot of myself as a chief of this team, and including Paulius Jurčis, which is of course Paul, and based on the collaboration between my university, Gakushin University, and this university, Vilnius University, which is a pleasure and honor for me. Okay. Many people ask that what is the Japanese approach to technology as compared with the European approach to cutting-edge technology. I would say that there are common elements and also differences. The common elements is this. So Japanese people, government, and also industry or academic people are fully aware of the importance of liberal and democratic values in deploying all these technologies. So not just pursuing the economic benefits or not pecuniary benefits, or not just still less kind of making use of these technologies for the purposes of strengthening the government power only, and in the worst case for authoritarian purposes. But also these technologies must be used only under the control of under the regime and being fully aware of the liberal and democratic values, which are human-centered values in the case of artificial intelligence. And by way of a reference, I would say, I'd point out that Japanese government is also trying to establish principles for the metaverse or virtual world, which should be also value-based. And we have good friends here in Europe and also Australia, Canada, and international organizations such as OECD. And then there is a difference between the Japanese and European approach, and that is Japan does not prefer to have statutory hard law regulations, and rather tend to rely on the soft law instruments like a code of conduct or the governance guidelines for the governance or ethics guidelines. And furthermore, there is a limited or little interest in private law aspects, which will be the subject of the session after my speech. And that is in sharp contrast to the European approach, where you already have a European EU AI Act, and also you already have, that's the latest news that I got, so you already have the European, amended European Products Liability Law. And so these private law aspects are kind of not really dealt with in Japan. Well, in the meantime, my team did kind of stock taking of the private law issues. This was done mainly by this lady lawyer, attorney at one of the largest Japanese law firms, Tiemann Associates. And Ms. Oya did a review and found all these issues listed here as issues needed to be examined. And also, there is even a book published about the legal issues of cybernetic avatars that is written another lawyer, Mr. Matsuo, and he's a practitioner at the Momo Matsuo number. It is a kind of a middle-sized but a very expertized law firm in Tokyo. And besides examining various issues, he poses this question. So is the law of cybernetic avatars kind of the law of the horse? And of course, you may know that this is the phrase used by Judge Easterbrook in the US when people started to discuss cyber law or in 1990s. And Judge Easterbrook's argument was that, and so many people talk about cyber law, but it's a kind of a collection of legal issues that can be addressed by the existing laws or regulations, or you may need some new laws to be enacted, but all these issues does not have kind of something peculiar to the cyberspace. So similar question is now posed with regard to avatars. And actually, the project leader of our EQLC research, who is Professor Shimpo of Keio University, and he wrote in 2021, strangely enough, that it is not kind of a new area of law. It is simply that we examine these legal issues arising from avatars, and we call it, okay, this is a group of issues that need to be examined, maybe for financial purposes, by the way, to be funded by the government, and call it an avatar law. But in 2022, he sounds a bit more positive. Well, then this author cites me as arguing that the law in the real world should always override the law in the virtual world, and which is true that I wrote something like that, but in a slightly different context. And Mr. Matsuo says that by citing this phrase, Kozuka is kind of similar to the position of Judge Easterbrook. So the existing laws apply to all these various issues arising from avatars. But that is not my position. My real position is that there should be a conflict, or there could be a conflict between the existing laws in the real world and the rules and norms applicable in the virtual world. And to the extent that there are conflicts, then we need to examine how to solve these conflicts. As far as there is no conflict, most typically when we are focusing only in the virtual world, then the terms and conditions in the virtual world, most typically those provided by the platform providers, may apply, and they govern the occurrences in the virtual world, and that's okay. And so I describe myself as arguing that this is kind of a conflict of laws approach. Conflict laws, not of conflict of laws between jurisdictions or between countries, but conflict laws between the real world and the virtual world. And then, it seems like that one of the first issue we should tackle with is the definition of cybernetic avatars. And to one extreme, there is a view that avatars are kind of simply a mask of someone. So always you have to look through this mask of avatar to identify the person acting behind. And then there is to the other extreme, and there is a view that all avatars could be treated as kind of an independent personhood. And in that context, we need to compare that with the law of corporations. Why can we admit incorporated personhood? But in this context, we note that this is actually discussed in depth by another team under the same umbrella of project. And there are already arguments in Europe about transhumanism. So not only we care about the human values, but also we care about the rights and values of transhuman cyborgs. So these issues are this is the other extreme of the looking at the thing. And in the middle, there is a question is whether a device helping us to expand our capability, is it a thing and not a part of person, or a part of a person, and as long as it helps expand our capability. So there are several questions. So an independent person or not, or a person or thing, or identifying the person behind the avatars. And very briefly about the identity issues, and actually we have cases about a defamation toward the virtual person or a VTuber, which may be something unique to Japan, and it's kind of a YouTuber, but they never appear under the real face. They always appear under the avatar like this. So, there were very bad words saying about this virtual person. And then there was a suit claiming damages for defamation. And what the court said is that, okay, these words are oriented toward the virtual person or avatar, but having read these bad words, and it is apparent that the true target of these words is actually the person behind. So in that case, defamation against the person behind is affirmed, and so that person behind is entitled to damages. So that is, by the way, what I call conflict of laws approach. So it is kind of a conflict of a virtual world things and the injury occurred with a real person, physical person behind, and so we need to solve the conflict. And in this case, the court solved it by admitting a claim for damages to the person behind. And then, yes, I already noted that there is a question of a person or thing, and you may tend to say, yes, the device could be part of the physical person if it is the device is set on the body, like say some headgear and connected to the internet and directly working on the brain. That kind of device, a brain-to-internet device, might be regarded as part of a physical person. But what about, say, if a person operates through a remotely located robot? Can you still say that that robot is part of your body, which may be kilometers away from yourself? And if that, you still say yes, then there are many other issues. For example, if that robot is located in a different country, what is the applicability of export control or passport control? So that kind of thing, issues also may deserve being discussed. And then I know that Professor Low, Kelvin Low of Hong Kong University is already waiting to discuss about digital assets. And digital assets it seems to be kind of a favorite subject of lawyers around the world recently, but this is an essential part of the avatar ecosystem because avatars may wish to do some economic activities in the virtual world. There may, for example, a person who produces a dress and a very, very beautiful, say, kimonos, virtual kimonos, of course, to be worn by a virtual avatar. And so, can you affirm property right in that virtual kimono? Or can you trade real property in the metaverse? Or how do you see the legal nature of the virtual currency made for the payment in the virtual world? So all these questions are relevant to the avatar ecosystem, which is a kind of an essential element of to make avatars more widely in use. And finally, we also need to think about the terms and conditions that the platform of virtual world may offer. And as I already mentioned, as far as you do not have any conflicts with the real world, then it is quite likely that these terms and conditions govern the activities in the virtual world. So dispute resolution, and I understand that Dr. Ogawa, just like me, who has traveled a long way from Japan to here, and is going to address this issue, and the platform may not only include the jurisdictional arbitration clauses in the terms and conditions, but also might prepare for a kind of an ODR-like a mechanism so that there is a peaceful life in the virtual world. And so, how does this affect private law aspects? For example, can the platform provider, like Meta, provide in their terms and conditions that, okay, in this world, you have the property right in the virtual asset. Is it valid? And whether yes or no, in what sense? These are the questions that are very intriguing, and I think that that means that we lawyers have many things to discuss with regard to the virtual world and the life of avatars. So thank you very much for your attention, and I must admit that this is only a brief introduction for the more interesting and stimulating session that will follow. Thank you very much.
Thanks for interesting insights, and indeed we have a concise panel here to discuss different issues on AI and agents. AI agents, one of the most intriguing legal questions which I would try to pose on. So we have Demante from Vilnius University, and we have Professor Ogawa from Japan. Okay, so Professor Ogawa, as well as we have one person online, Kelvin, right, from Hong Kong. He will be also having a spotlight from us. So basically, I will make a very short introduction, and afterwards, I think we can go to our discussion on the topic of AI liability, AI participants, as well as pseudonymity of AI in Web 4. So basically, starting with the most intriguing legal questions we have now, the only question which is really question number one right now as far as AI law is concerned is AI agency, full stop. Because this wave on AI agency is shifting the paradigm of what we as persons are. There are a lot of fears that AI agency will take away autonomy, which we as human beings have. And there are fears that it will change of who we as human beings are. And this wave of AI agents who will do many things on our behalf, who will make all the decisions at the end of the day on our behalf, who will solve the problems on our behalf, and who will turn from our thoughts to actions, who will turn from concepts to execution, at the end of the day, they will change us. And there is a lot of fear in that, indeed, because we feel right now that most of us already now, we're following the AI flow. We are following the tricks and prompts suggested by AI as if this is given and as if this is something which is truly valuable. But at the end of the day, we question less and less what AI proposes to us. We critically think less and less of what is this all about. So I'm very much afraid of that, and I'm very much afraid that by 2050, indeed, as human beings, we will be independent from our thought, our body, and our soul, which is quite a dramatic outcome, isn't it? Even if we all will be quite happy, comfortable, and convenient without nothing to do about it. So, without further ado, I will ask maybe the first question to Kevin, and I will pose, Kelvin, and I will pose maybe the question about Web 4. Web 4 is always, well, tricky. By the way, I have no idea what Web 4 is about, actually. Well, truly speaking, I don't have what Web 3 is about. I know more or less, but I don't have...
I'm in the same position as you are. I'm barely getting what Web 3 is about. But what I do think is that the same problem that plagued Web 2 continues to haunt Web 3 and Web 4. So I'm sure everybody in the audience is familiar with the very famous cartoon by Peter Steiner. On the internet, nobody knows you're a dog. And that's just as true in Web 2 as in Web 3 as in Web 4. And this goes back to Professor Kozuka's problem, how to attribute anything that is done via a person's avatar to a human being, because just because, say, Professor Kozuka's avatar is seen doing something does not mean that Professor Kozuka is behind the use of the avatar. Could have been hijacked, identity theft, right? Also, there is the question of, what if something has gone wrong with the algorithm running the avatar? It's gone amok. Who's responsible for that? The person that designed the algorithm, Professor Kozuka? How do you attribute liability to one or the other? So I think a lot of the problems we will see, whether in Web 3 or Web 4, whatever you want to call it, are very similar problems to Web 2, right? Because of the, depending on what you want to call it, anonymity or pseudonymity. This creates a lot of problems for conflict of laws. A lot of the Web 2 problems, in conflict of laws terms, I think we really haven't solved. So these problems will be exacerbated in Web 3 and Web 4.
Interesting insight, but Kelvin, don't you think that anonymity is an enemy number one against the state's monopoly over power to rule a person? Because from the platform point of view, most of the platforms, they don't care who you really are, as long as you abide by the rules, as long as you create value for the community and society, network society. They don't care, is it that you are really Mindaugas Civilka or Kelvin, or it's your pseudonym. Nobody cares as long as you abide by the rules. And the real name and surname is only important for the state to exercise its power over you, to seize you, to imprison you. Don't you think that this anonymity is a very good tool for liberal and free person on the internet, but it is decreasing over time, and the state monopoly will eat this anonymity so that nobody is anonymous on the internet, even if we want to be, but it's impossible because the state will do its black job.
So I think that it's very much a double-edged sword. You can use it for good and you can use it for evil depending on the person, right? It will allow individuals living in authoritarian states to avoid the power of the state. But at the same time, the same anonymity or pseudonymity will allow criminals to evade legal sanctions. So it's not all good, it's not all bad. I don't think it will necessarily prevent the state from exercising its power. It will make it harder. So again, if you look at the crypto networks, they are meant to be pseudonymous, but that does not mean you cannot put a person's name to a pseudonym. It just requires a lot of effort. And states are willing to expend the effort depending on what harm a person has committed. So if you are a massive money launderer, if you are part of a child pornography ring, they will put in the effort.
Okay, Kelvin, and in principle, do you believe in the concept of the network state? Network state, which is like the virtual world, right? Where we have our second personalities, right? And do you believe that in the world where we will all have dual identities, one for the real world, where state monopoly over power exists, and the second one for the network state, and the more we go and approach 2050, the more we belong to the network state and the less we belong to the real state. Do you believe with this course of action, or don't you believe, and do you believe that what will happen and the state will overrule everything and network state will be just a fine, brief dream which will never come true?
I can't predict the future, obviously. The problem right now is the idea of the network state is still very much science fiction. I don't think we're anywhere close to developing that. So I don't necessarily agree entirely with Professor Kozuka when he talks about conflict of laws, where you are talking about the real world laws conflicting with the virtual world's laws. I mean, when we are talking about the virtual world's laws, currently what we're really talking about are contractual terms and conditions, right? These are not laws in the same way that a nation state law is. I know that there are some idealists who aspire to a day where the network terms and conditions have the same effect, but I think we're still quite far away from that. I'm not quite sure how you will get there. One of the problems I foresee is that what we call the network, what we call the cloud, what we call the internet, has real world underpinnings, right? So there are data centers, there are submarine cables. If all these things go away, the virtual world goes away, right? And so the state will always be able, right, to enforce against whatever is in the real world, that is the infrastructure for the virtual.
Yes, you're right. So in any case, even if the virtual assets is owned in the platform, but at the end of the day, if the state wants to enforce and seize it, at the end of the day, it may simply switch off the electricity, and that's it. You may have your virtual assets gone. But the last but not the least question maybe to you, we all know that the platform rules already now play a very huge role in regulating our lives, and just take, let's look at the meta rules, at the app store rules, right? And just a couple of examples. Most of the companies, they are much more concerned about these rules rather than the laws. Because, I mean, when I talk to my clients, they say that the more they are online, the less they are abiding, I mean, the less they are concerned with the laws, but the more they are concerned with the rules of the service providers. Because if you want to be on the App Store, you need to abide by the App Store terms, and nobody cares about the laws. Well, everybody cares, but as long as you are not abiding by the rules, you are not on the business, that's it. So what is your, again, look into that? Is it really the conflict between virtual laws and real laws, or is it the competition? Because if it's competition, then it's good, but if it's conflict, then it needs to be resolved, and competition may go on.
I'm not sure it's competition or conflict. I think the problem there really is that for the average individual, it's just not cost effective to challenge these terms and conditions. So, you know, these companies draft things that, some of these clauses don't make sense. Some of them are probably unenforceable under consumer protection laws of various jurisdictions. But, you know, who's going to challenge them? Right? That is the problem. And unless you want to regulate these terms and conditions, which then creates its own set of problems, it's something akin to, I think, what Lawrence Lessig talked about when he said code is law. This is not quite code. This is actually the terms and conditions. But because of the gross inequality of bargaining power between these multinational companies and the average end user, it's difficult, if not impossible, to challenge unless a jurisdiction wants to set up a regulatory body that takes up the challenge. That itself causes problems as well, because if you're not a big jurisdiction like the European Union or the United States or maybe People's Republic of China, the platform can just simply threaten to leave your country. And then, you know, your countrymen simply have no access to this service.
Okay, Kelvin, thanks for your insights, and let's stay with us if you can, and I will go to the physical persons and physical individuals we have in the panel. So thanks for being with us, and yeah, let's stay connected. I don't know, maybe we can. Okay, maybe I can pose the questions. It doesn't matter actually. So, but maybe Professor Ogawa, I would ask a couple of questions to you, but maybe you can present a bit something about yourself, a couple of words before going into discussion. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for inviting me to this great conference. I'm Kazushige Ogawa, and now I'm a co-researcher of Gakushuin University. And for 20 years, I work for Sports Arbitration Agency of Japan. And my research field is private international law and commercial arbitration and also sports law. So today, I'd like to comment and discuss about the similarity with sport law world and cybernetic avatar or Web 4.0 or using AI. And I'd like to propose something about the dispute resolutions among AI.
Okay, and maybe they might a couple of words about you. I don't know what it is.
Good day, my name is Deimantė Rimkutė. I'm a PhD student at Vilnius University, currently writing a dissertation about EU regulation on AI. So today I will probably comment on what this EU stance on AI and what legislative acts does propose.
Okay, lovely. So then, Professor Ogawa, maybe a couple of questions to you as far as esports is concerned, because we all understand that e-gaming and esports is a vast market, right? And as far as I understand, your field of research concentrates on the dispute resolution, right? Between the players, between the, as far as the e-gaming are concerned and esports specifically. So is it that AI is playing or will play some role in online dispute resolution of these disputes, so to say?
Yes. Yeah.
And what are your findings or preliminary findings?
Preliminary findings, yes. AI for online dispute resolution is very popular in several institutions. So recently, AI expects the outcome of the dispute and analyze the documents submitted by parties, and also arbitrator or adjudicator have to a lot of research about jurisprudence of arbitration awards or other court cases. Then arbitrator or case manager uses AI research to make judgment.
But I mean, just to understand, is it that the AI is like a system tool, or is it that it also makes some kind of decisions itself, which are subject to oversight, maybe?
So, of course, AI can be used for decision-making functions. However, basically, arbitrators cannot delegate their function to AI. But one example I can provide is that, do you know eBay, the world's largest online shopping site, which has ODR functions, which uses AI. So, and they handle with very small amount disputes among buyer and seller. And then, so AI propose some kinds of settlement agreement to disputing parties. So this is, however, this is very rare cases for using AI to judgment.
Okay, but what's wrong then? I mean, the parties agree to that as far as the terms of service are concerned, right? Maybe there is some kind of clause, right? But that small claims up until $50 or $100 will be adjudicated by AI, full stop. So that's it, basically. Even if the decision, so to say, is not is not good or positive to one of the parties have agreed to this course of action, and the risk of so to say, fair decision is also relatively low. So maybe it's not a problem to exactly involve AI in resolution for such tiny or petty claims, and humans will review only the more important decisions. So it's a positive, right?
Yes.
But what are the negative
points? Yeah. If we use AI for adjudicating or decision making, so there might be a hallucination risk. So maybe the users of ChatGPT knows that their ChatGPT sometimes telling a lie. So, but most of the cases in arbitration, the arbitrator have to find facts from the submission from the parties. So if such cases and AI made a mistake about fact finding, that will be the problem, very problematic. And the other problem is the fairness or discrimination matters. So AI learns from a lot of about all data, but teacher training. So in such case, if some people uses wrong materials to learn, then such AI's decision will be partial or discriminative. That is also a problem. And also, when AI decides, transparency is also a problem, because we cannot understand what AI decides or how to decide the decisions. So yeah, that causes transparency problem.
Yeah, indeed, and well, these are the classical, how to say, problems, right, with AI decisions, that the biases, the discriminatory effects, the prejudices, and it all comes with the quality of the data, but it also comes with the quality of the person who uses the AI, right? Because if you are prudent enough, you would assume that the results of the AI are subject to oversight, and the typical, so to say, errors or the typical hallucination of this model or this system are those, and therefore you need to specifically review. I mean, so don't you think that also the persons who use the AI should be specifically trained, right, in order to understand?
Of course, they should be trained. So some of arbitration institutions made guidelines for arbitrators or adjudicators who uses AI. So such guidelines provide that arbitrators or adjudicators should know much about AI tools, and they should know the risks of AI.
Exactly. Because the problem we have in many areas, including the legal or lawyering, is that the lawyers, they don't understand not only how a particular tool functions, but they don't understand the very basics of how LLM, for example, is structured, of what attention span is, what attention or context window is, how the self-attention works. And even the basic understanding would, I think, eradicate quite many problems, and of course specific training is needed for exactly the specific needs, because, well, funny enough, already even in Lithuania we have the first case where the lawyer has presented the appeal for the court, not the appeal, but actually cassation for the court with a number of fake cases.
Oh.
And so even here in Lithuania we have this trend which was in the US for several years. So it all boils down to the problem of the human being. The human beings, I mean humans need to understand and to have at least basic understanding in data analytics. Otherwise it makes no sense to use AI at the end of the day. Okay, thanks then for your insights, and then maybe we will have some other additional questions from the audience, and then Deimante, coming back to you, I know that you have this thesis in preparation. Maybe you can share with us, at least spread some preliminary light on your preliminary findings of your research. And I know that you were digging into the roles and rights and obligations of the parties taking part in the AI process, starting from the developer, then distributor, and ending up with the deployed user. So what are your preliminary findings? Is it EU AI framework? Is it that it fairly shares and distributes the rights and obligations between the participants, or is it that you see that there is something which can be made better as far as the rights and obligations of the involved parties are concerned?
Thank you for the question. Perhaps at first it would be valuable to discuss what is the EU stance on AI. And actually recently I think that the European Union has ended its endeavor in regulating this field, and right now more or less we have well, two sets of measures. So the first set is related to well, public obligations arising from the public law, and we see them in AI Acts. AI Acts basically distinguishes different risks of level of risks. So we have AI which is prohibited, like social scoring. We have AI which is a high risk. For example, AI, I don't know. Yes, for example, we just recently discussed judgment making. So judgment making AI would fall under high risk, and basically EU regulates high risk AI quite intensively. Then we have mid and low risk AIs, which are less regulated. So that would fall under, as I mentioned, the first, so-called first tier. The second tier concerns the question of liability. So we, of course, know that not always safety laws work. So in any case, even if we have laws in place, the deployers, developers, users will not necessarily obey them. And as a consequence of that, perhaps the damage could arise. So for example, I don't know, self-driving car is driving on the street and it hits the pedestrian. Who then is liable? That is the question that this second tier of regulation is concerned. And here we have a product liability directive, which essentially well, regulates the cases which are related to consumers and products which harmed the consumers. So, well, this is more or less the framework that we have. And just maybe contextualizing it with the previous presentation on the Japan, here in the EU we see that European Union decided to take an action and basically legislate, because it's not the general rule that countries within the world decides to regulate the matter. Then, touching upon your question, are the rights and obligations are distributed fairly? That's a question probably not of a law, but of the policy. Because, well, how the laws should be structured. I don't have like a precise opinion on that. but I have an opinion that having laws, in any case, is better than not having laws in place. And especially in EU, we need to understand one thing, that, well, all these laws that I just described, well, in the first place, why European Union decided to legislate the field of AI? Do you know? Because European Union is based on internal market without the frontiers. We have goods crossing the borders, we have services crossing the borders, and we need to have like a single standard of rules which apply to these transactions taking place in all European countries. So if we would have different sets of rules in each member state, it would be difficult for the services and goods to basically transact. The main idea of European Union wouldn't be basically achieved. So I think that having your regulation, regardless if the regulation is good or bad, is a good thing in any case, because in that way we ensure that the rules are the same, the playground is the same, all of the parties are subject to the same rules. It's then cheaper to produce the goods because you only need one standard, not 27 standards, but one standard. And then you have a legal certainty in place. So the players within the market, they already know what the rules are. Because an alternative solution would be not to do anything, like Japan. They only, they only provide with recommendations. But what is recommendation? It's not mandatory. You don't have legal certainty. Players are not really sure if the rule will be applied or not applied. So that would be my stance.
Okay, interesting enough. I mean, it depends, of course, on which camp you are in. But indeed, I think we all heard like several years ago, right, that over-regulation is a big drawback and loophole as far as EU policy is concerned, and even US lawyers were laughing at us, saying that, look, you are only regulating and what you are creating is regulation. And regulation will never ever end up in bigger innovation, blah, blah. And regulation is always like a pendulum, right? Over-regulation stifles innovation, under-regulation stifles confidence and protection and security. But understanding the market of 27 countries is exactly what you say, that having rules and standards is very important, even if those are overkill, even if those are over-regulation, but still having one common ground is far better than having several or even more than 10 different rules. And exactly UK laws and UK lawyers, if you ask the UK lawyers, are they happy of having no regulation, having just soft laws in place? Most of the lawyers will always say no, it's a bad thing because there is nothing we can with certainty advise to the client. And most of them, they still will need to abide by EU law because they will still need to import or accept, be exposed to the EU market in one or another way. So having rules is always important, even if we hate them. But maybe going back to the question I had with the liability regimes, you mentioned that, well, we all know that, right, that as far as reliability, tort liability is concerned, there are different regimes as far as the EU is concerned. There is a strict liability regime, fault-based liability regime, product liability regime, and specific regime. So, and knowing that AI liability directive was repealed, the draft was repealed, what is the path you think that the EU policy will make as far as all these regimes, AI liability regimes? Would you think that some specific regime will be created, or is it that it will be some combination of hybrid thing?
Okay, thank you for the question. So, once again, now we have two tiers. The first tier is basically product liability, which is harmonized regime within European Union. And then we have national liability regimes, since, as you mentioned, AI liability was withdrawn. So, well, this is how the disputes will be basically resolved. If you have a product liability case which concerns consumers, then you apply harmonized EU liability regime. If the cases do not fall under this scope of product liability directive, then national rules will be applied. But perhaps one thing I would like to note, you mentioned that, well, EU is over-regulating. And one of the reasons why AI liability was withdrawn recently, interestingly, after the speech of J.D. Vance in France, it happened, where he criticized European Union, was that, Europe is over-regulating. We don't need more regulations. You need to withdraw AI liability directive. But what is AI liability directive? And I was actually looking precisely into this proposal, and then looking how difficult well, just a short context. So AI liability directive introduced procedural burden alleviation rules. So basically the aim of this act was just to make it easier for the claimants to claim damage by presumptions. So when I looked at the national rules, which would be applied in those difficult cases, I noticed that more or less this AI liability directive just codified what's already in place when the courts need to deal with the cases which are difficult. And I don't want to go into very detailed description, because I know that there are many non-lawyers in this auditorium, but basically AI liability directive was not really introducing anything new. It was just codifying the practices within the European Union and different courts of the member states. So, is it then really over-regulation when you just codify the rules? I don't think so. You just, codify what's already in place, and by doing that, you communicate, the rules to all the players, and once again ensure legal certainty, which is usually lacking in that kind of scenarios. So yeah, that would be my intake on that.
Yeah, exactly. And even the remark as far as US is concerned, right, it's very strange, and to some extent even this patchwork, right, approach to regulation in different states on different level. And if you see, for example, the state of California, it's really creepy how they go with legislation, which was repealed, by the way, the draft 1045. So, and when you talk with the people in the US, you see that they are really anxious about not having rules in place, even if they, at one hand, laugh from you, but on the other hand, they have much worse situation with different plethora of strange enactments. For example, in Texas, they have strange bill, very strange bill in Tennessee, extremely strange bills in California. And one day, I think the federal law, might come at least as far as security and safety issues are concerned. But maybe the last but not the least question from my side is to you. Don't you think that, of course, this liability issue is very important, but don't you think that the practice and the life and the self-regulation of the players will more or less set the rules of where the real liability, distribution rolls? Because, law will never ever explain how the liability rules should be apportioned. It's economy and business rational, right? Because if the liability rules are such that the product is too expensive for the consumer, this will not work. On the other hand, if the liability rules are such which create excessive burden, right, to the manufacturer will go away and it will not produce the things in Europe, which is also very bad for consumers. So don't you think that the market forces and economy forces will set the balance where the liability rules will settle, and it's not the law, it's not the policy which will set them?
Okay, so just to clarify, so when you said that the market itself and the economic rationale will regulate the liability, did you mean the liability rules on contracts, or?
Yeah, it's not vis-a-vis the user, but I'm more concerned about the developer and deployer.
Okay.
And even the user, right? Because it's very similar to vehicle, right? Liability insurance or the product liability, right? These regimes actually they were introduced in EU and harmonized in EU exactly after the real life happened, right? I mean, the EU law has done nothing more than codifying what was already on the
in
ground.
place. Okay, set by the courts, by judicial precedents. Well, just one step back, you also mentioned the context in the United States. I described the context in the EU, and just a little remark about the conceptual differences, historic differences in legislating. So, since, I don't know, 18th century, there was a big difference between how your Europe, not as EU, but Europe as a continent, and United States approaches regulating and rule setting. So in the United States, it was always the precedent. In the old continent, it was statutory rules. So I think that it also a little bit explains why we codify and we don't wait for judicial precedents, and why United States wait for judicial precedents and will probably regulate the matters later. In terms of EU rules, liability rules, which are not codified within European Union, well, so indeed, it will be the judicial precedents that more or less will set how cases involving AI will be settled if, as you mentioned, product liability is not applicable in that particular situation. But I think, and my argument is that the courts will reach the same conclusions as AI liability directive suggested. Because as I mentioned, AI liability directive does not introduce anything new. It introduces presumptions. So presumption to non-lawyers is just like, claimant has to establish, for example, the fault on another side. And presumption is a mechanism which says that basically, okay, not the claimant, but the defendant has to prove something. And there's not only such a thing as legal presumption, which is set in the law, and AI liability directive, in fact, set a legal presumption, which is in the statute, but there is a concept called factual presumption, which is a case law presumption, and courts can also presume based on inference, on conclusions. So for example, if you have AI damage claim as a judge, and you don't know how to basically resolve this dispute because it's not really possible to prove that something was wrong with that particular AI product, judge can say that, okay, I presume it because it's likely that this happens. And I think that the courts, case by case, will reach to these conclusions because actually this type of presuming, it's not a new thing, it's an old thing, and it's being used in, for example, medical cases and other cases where it's hard to establish the truth because you don't have direct evidence, right? So basically, I think that the courts case by case establish the same results as AI liability suggested.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Kodawa, maybe have anything else to add to our discussion as far as your area is concerned? I mean, the presumptions in esports, right? They are very important, right? And the rules.
Presumption is sometimes matters, and not in e-sport, but anti-doping rule violations. So in anti-doping violation cases, the athlete have to prove they are not intentional doping to deduct their sanctions. So, and the proof of sorry. So sometimes such rules of proof is matters. So can I ask one question to Emma? Your opinion is that AI Liability Act doesn't introduce any new things compared with product liability directive.
You mean that product liability directive introduced?
Nothing new.
Oh, AI liability directive.
Yeah, so yeah.
It's just
draft.
Yeah.
It was not concerning product liability.
Yeah, it was fault-based liability rules.
In the disputes between deployers and, for example, distributors, right? And it mostly concerned the distribution of burden of evidences, right? And it helped a bit the user to claim the distributor in those cases where the user has no information, right? Because I'm only the deployer, and basically all the trading thing is behind the scenes, right? And there are a lot of black box things which I don't understand exactly. And the problem is that distributor hasn't disclosed in advance that, for example, this tool is not good for search for screening the CVs, right? For example, just imagine, right? And I took the AI system as a deployer or user, so to say, and I applied the AI tool for screening of CVs and making the summary of resumes. And they have also asked to make the ratings of the candidates, right? Rating number 1, this is the best one, and tiering or layering. And the system may do that perfectly, but if the system was not designed for that, it may be discriminatory, and it may be not only racially discriminatory or sexually discriminatory, but it may be flaw with inherent flaws, right? For example, some things may be, for example, people from certain scanning, so they may be omitted even from the scanning, assuming that they are not right, for example, for some reason. Why? Because this system, for example, was trained on different data. It was trained on data, for example, with, it was designed, for example, to screen some consumers' data or some, e-shopping data, and habits, for example, right? This system was designed to screen the habits and to screen the online grocery, for example, consumer habits. And if I applied this for CV screening, it gave me the results, which are good in principle, but they are not viable, right? And they have many prejudices because the AI system was trained on different data, and its purpose is different, and it has a lot of unjustified outputs which are not good for my use. And if it wasn't disclosed to me, right, it was generic AI system which I used for CVs, and at the end of the day I got the claim. I want to claim my distributor saying, look, you haven't disclosed that this AI system is bad for CV screening. You said that it should be fine, but it's not. And for me to prove this is very difficult, and this AI liability directive draft was exactly designed to help me to prove my case when I don't have many data about training, data set about the quality of the data it was trained on. So this was exactly the thing which was covering.
Okay, thank you very much.
So maybe, okay, so then let's close off this panel. Thank you for your participation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Let's make some photo, right? And some selfie.
Selfie?
Yeah.
Okay.
darom kažką kitaip, kaip ir varnelė, bet iš tikrųjų niekas nesikeičia. Tai tokios reformos yra populiariausias.
Interesting. We already had some reference to the dispute resolution. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, everyone. So I think we can continue with this panel. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Goda Strikaitė-Latušinskaya, and I'm affiliated with Vilnius University Faculty of Law. I'm a PhD candidate and a lecturer there. And it is a great pleasure for me to moderate this discussion. First of all, I must admit, this will be my first time moderating a discussion, and usually I'm the one sitting here answering all the difficult questions. So if at any point today I'll start debating myself, you just go ahead and say, no, God, it's not your turn today. Today you're just moderating. So as I mentioned, it is really an honor being able to moderate today this discussion with such distinguished speakers. And I believe that each of you will bring a distinct perception on this topic. And given our very limited time and very limited scope in terms of speakers today, I believe that we really found the perfect combination of different speakers that, as I mentioned, will bring different aspects into this discussion. So without further ado, I will briefly introduce the panelists.
No problem.
So
Right, okay, we're gonna figure it out. Don't worry. Once we introduce ourselves, you know who's who.
You'll try to guess. Yeah, no, but so we have Vytautas Šilinskas here, who is a former Minister of Social Security and Labor of Lithuania, and now head of Policy and Corporate Affairs and Investors Forum, and rumor has it soon to become an executive director there. Congratulations! And with his extensive experience in public administration, he will focus on the role of AI in public administration more. Then we have Dr. Monika Žalnieriūtė here. She is a senior researcher at the Lithuanian Center for Social Sciences, and she is a real front runner in AI and governance, governance of AI in the public sector of AI, especially in courts and AI. And I firmly believe when I say that her research is already shaping both academic and policy debates on AI and its adoption to align with fundamental rights and democratic values. So Monika will help us explore AI more how we apply AI in courts, perhaps with a specific focus on judicial decision-making. We'll see how the discussion will go. And then we have Sensei Professor Dr. Suichiko Zuka. He's a professor at law at Gakushin University in Tokyo. He's specializing in AI regulation, some commercial law as well, and legal technology. And he is a leading expert in Japan's AI governance, and he has contributed to national policy discussions. I think he even contributed to some sort of national discussion today, just this morning. I don't know, how do you manage to get it all done at the same day? So yeah, so he has also been contributing and a member of national organizations like UNITROA or the International Academy of Comparative Law, and it highlights his global expertise. So we hope that he will offer insights into AI regulation and its broader implications. So let's begin by looking at how AI is already transforming public sector. And we all know that while AI or automation both promises a lot of good things, it also brings a lot of challenges. So AI is transforming public administration, it is simplifying procedures, it is improving efficiency, it's automating decision-making, but there are some concerns. Basically, some of them were already touched upon in previous panels, like transparency bias, accountability, with human oversight being emphasized as a critical component. So, Vytautas, based on your experience, where has AI already made an impact in Lithuania? I mean, in the Lithuanian public sector more, and where do you see the biggest potential? Where can we hope to see AI implemented in the public sector of Lithuania?
The use of AI has been and still is sporadic, I would say. It's based more, let's say, on specialists or managers' decision whether to use some tool or not. We don't have a policy on introduction or applying it nationwide. So the good examples are several. For example, the State Labor Inspectorate said that they are scraping public data and look for clues for illegal employment. So if you put an ad that, I don't know, you can paint a fence, do not write that I do not pay taxes, because you will be noticed. So that's one thing. The other thing is, for example, from my cycle, and you probably also had similar experience with employment service, that people, highly educated people, say that I've lost a job, I've registered with the employment service, and I did not get any help. That was intentional, because they use algorithms to analyze your employability. And if you have a high degree, you have been working for many years, it's very, very likely that you'll find a job in several months. So you are not a person that you need a lot of help to find a job. We have many people, thousands, who do not have any education. Some of them do not even know how to write a CV and so on. So we are concentrating to help those people. So if in case, so AI helps there because one specialist has around 700 clients. So it's not manageable for one person, but we can prioritize, and that really helps. I know that Austrians, when heard about this, said, oh no, we are afraid, GDPR, so on. What if AI makes a mistake? So I don't see a high risks here. If you see that you need help and, well, somehow the institution doesn't help, just claim and they will help you. So I don't see a huge risk there. So other thing, I know that Vilnius municipality have really interesting initiatives. For example, they fly in drones over the city and look for footage where the trash cans are overfilled, and then send somebody to clean if that's overfilled. So that's nice.
Recommend this to Napoli.
Yeah. Maybe, yeah, that would help.
In Naples, you find a place where not cats are scattered.
Yeah. So, but for the policy in general, it's mostly used only for analyzing data. And the biggest tool and impact probably is the usage of public data and Palantir tools. So now people without or low coding skills can get various aspects of interesting data, and we can now make better decisions based on data if we want to. But that's another topic.
Yeah, thanks for being short. Now, AI adoption, I feel like it isn't just about the potential it has. It also comes with significant barriers when we talk about implementing it. And again, based on your experience, Vytautas, what has been the biggest problem in adopting AI in public services in Lithuania, whether it was public trust or maybe, I don't know, infrastructural barriers or insufficient funding or some legal concerns? What do you felt from your experience, or what do you think are the biggest barriers when introducing these?
You know the saying from management that culture eats strategy for breakfast. So it's also its motivation. People have rules and regulations and reforms as well. So the culture is the main barrier. In public sector, I found that there's this punishment and blame culture. It's not in all organizations. We have pockets of motivated and highly skilled people, but overall, people are afraid of experimenting and making mistakes, because it's really important what's your attitude towards the mistakes, whether it's learning opportunity, or we have to find someone who is at fault and how to punish him. So lawyers would most often say that we have to find someone to punish, because it comes, I don't know, from 19th century and so on, and our rules are based on who has to do, what has to do, and how we punish if they do not do that. But in management, what we learned from 20th century, that carrots work better than sticks. And businesses know that. And in businesses, there are much more motivation towards efficiency, towards using new skills, experimenting, learning from them, rather in the public sector, where it's most often it's only the sticks and no carrots. So people are afraid to use new tools. There are good examples, and I really want to mention one, which is State Data Agency, where they have a lot of highly motivated and skilled people, and they have made this hackathon where they also collected motivated and skilled people from all the ministers. They gathered 13 biggest problems. Each ministry indicated their biggest problem, and they sit for 30 hours, not 13, but 30 hours, and try to solve that. And they came with amazing solutions and prototypes of amazing tools. For example, one of the problems, let's say shadow economy. Okay, they had a simple idea. Let's check the ownership of the apartments, and if the person do not have, he has 3 apartments, do not pay any rental income tax, but we see that their electricity is used in all 3 apartments. So we have some red flag to check whether, maybe he should pay some additional taxes, and the potential income is around 300 million. Okay, the actual numbers will be lower, of course, but still. Other things, what they have done to help military personnel, for example, to decide where the person should go. Some person wants to go to artillery, some wants to become a pilot, some wants to go to Navy. So how to match those needs and wants? So again, with LLMs, with artificial intelligence, people write what they want, the military writes what they need, and it matches. And it saves work, of course, we have to double check, but it does, 20 times faster, the job that was usually done. So what I see that there is a lot of opportunity, and the potential is huge at the public sector when we collect at the same place people who are motivated and skilled. So motivation and skills, and just let those people do their job.
Okay, that's like a very positive approach when we talk about, implementing technologies. Now, Monica, or perhaps Professor Kozuko, if you want to reflect, do you think there are some specific barriers when we talk about implementing technologies in courts, not in public sector, but in courts? Are there specific barriers in courts, if you would like to reflect?
Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers, co-organizers of this conference, Paul and Goda. That's really nice and such a good vibe here, so thank you so much for having me. I would like to talk briefly about the differences, I guess, in the public sector, which also covers the courts, but the courts, of course, is slightly different within the bubble, let's say so. So of course there's similarities and differences, I guess, in the governmental or regulatory decision-making and then judicial decision-making. And the most fundamental, I think the difference is the level of risk or the level of finality or between these two different sectors. While administrative decisions often often involve high stakes. If we talk about things like asylum seeking or, welfare provision, these are actually high stakes involved there for people seeking that kind of assistance from the public institutions. So, but of course, if we compare that to, let's say, criminal courts that involve the questions of liberty, imprisonment, and so on. So these are slightly more serious, I guess, circumstances that these different decision-making bodies do consider. So I'm saying that the public decision-making in the governmental agencies can also be very impactful, but nonetheless, it involves a more structure level of discretion because there are certain rules in place, certain guidelines to be followed, certain regulations that are already sort of lowered down sometimes through the statutes and so on. Whereas in the judiciary, you know, the judicial decisions set binding precedents, involve interpretations of laws, and also involve significant discretion. So when we talk about AI, and of course, I guess we're so used to talking about AI just as a consumer product, it's often about liability and so on, I would like to perhaps zoom out a little bit and talk about it from other angles too, but just to finish this idea, because AI often involves so much of opacity around it, intentional opacity. I'm talking about trade secrets and so on, not just the so-called black box. What people say potential bias, but in fact it's not just potential bias, I think it's structural discrimination and marginalization of certain groups within the society. So if we take this into account, then its potential impact to, you know, affect the legal values, the rule of law values, and the judicial values, such as transparency, independence, impartiality, equality before the law, and so on, it's very, very significant. And I think because of these very different stakes, even though, like I said, public decision-making within the governmental institutions can sometimes also be very high stakes, I think that demands sort of perhaps a slightly more strict approach to the use of AI and various technologies within the courts, especially when we talk about judicial decision-making, not just assistance in, you know, drafting or things like that. So I would say the barrier to the use of these technologies in the courts should be our own consideration of how far we want that to go into the judicial decision-making, and be very mindful about why there is such a big hype of the use of AI within the courts. Okay, we have, you know, big queues for the cases and so on, but maybe there is something else behind it as well, like this efficiency-driven culture that started dominating also public institutions that I think has its origins, of course, in the corporations and the big drive to make everything efficient. But justice is not always efficient. So I think we have to remember that some things and certain things might need just a little bit more time and work than we would like that to be. You know, ChatGPT provide the answer and that's it. So that's my first initial thoughts, and maybe I'll pass the floor to Kazuka now.
Yes, thank you. But before that, am I right with my low technology? Is my okay? Is it okay? Okay. I'm so happy with this. Okay. Yes, and I cannot but agree with all of what Monica has already said, and especially the phrase "bubble in the bubble." And that is true. That is true. And because although it might appear that a justice or court procedure is something to be done in natural languages. In fact, lawyers, I would say it is not. It is quite a kind of a professional syntactic and even a grammar that is special in a legal or jurisprudence, I would say, and as compared with simple natural language. So if the AI is trained by simple natural language but without expertise of lawyers, then it is quite dangerous to use that AI in providing for a legal decision or legal assessment. Still more dangerous if it is a binding a judicial decision. And I have argued in my country that, okay, so look at the general and AI governance arguments, and people say that, okay, there must be the human oversight, not really re-examining all the output by human. That is very inefficient, but there must be human oversight about how AI is used and how the AI has been trained, or how the data for training these AIs be selected, cleansed, etc. So, and that is what people call human in the loop kind of governance. Okay, so as far as AI in the judiciary is concerned, there must be lawyer in the loop kind of this principle, that lawyers must always have an oversight over the system. And there are already technologies used for offered for law firms or even non-lawyers, and kind of saving them time and efforts to turn to lawyers, but to use these technologies. Okay, but we need to make sure that these products are subject to the appropriate oversight of professional lawyers, and not simply, I'm not denouncing anything about engineers, but not simply engineering people without legal expertise. I think that is very important. And I understand that has not been, there has not been any European or Lithuanian developments on this particular aspect, but I'm happy to say that some startups in Japan have agreed with what I said, and they have now adopted kind of voluntary code of conduct, saying that, oh, we commit to this lawyer in the loop approach when we develop a legal tech product. I'm really happy and appreciate these startup companies.
Oh, that's nice. Maybe we should even name it like Judge in the Loop, not to be very precise with courts, but yeah, I actually love this idea. And since we moved a little bit to courts, and looking at the real world examples, we can see that the use of AI in courts in general, it varies dramatically. We have some jurisdictions that restrict to AI use simple like legal chatbots, and then we have other countries, I'm not going to name them, that use AI to draft court decisions, sometimes without even the lawyer in the loop, where they simply issue decisions and know where AI is the final issuer of the decisions. And Monica, given your current, not like your, but given our current state-of-art regulation, legislation that we have here, and given state-of-art technologies that are available today, where do you think we should draw the line, and where we no longer feel safe in terms of our fundamental rights or fundamental values, judicial values being in jeopardy? Where do you think we should draw the line?
Thanks so much. That's a great question. Perhaps I'll share a few anecdotes that I remember from the people that I interviewed recently for several projects that I work on. So the latest project that I work on is called something like Courts AI Challenges and Opportunities, you know, these titles that are... But in fact, the good thing about it is that we got to interview some judges. And one of them said, you know, what kind of transparency and accountability are we talking about if I close the doors and sit in my own room and draft a judgment? What kind of transparency is that? It's actually the same as if, you know, AI did pretty much the same thing. Or, you know, for a long time we've been using, he said, we've been using, you know, drafting assistants and so on. So isn't that actually the same? Because we're not really doing all of the work ourselves. And initially I was imagining this, you know, little judge sitting in the little room, drafting everything behind closed doors and so on. And I thought, oh yeah, that's maybe a good idea. But then I thought, it's actually hard to compare this. You can go and ask, well, the same judge, why you wrote this or this, yeah? Or ask the people who helped to draft the opinion and so on, what is, you know, to find somebody to be in account for this particular action. Whereas if we're talking about AI tools, it's it's getting very complicated, yeah? And we can't really get any kind of accountability pretty much from anybody involved in that bubble within the bubble, and you know, to find somebody to be accountable morally and legally for the judgment. So I think that when we talk about simple tasks in the courtrooms, there's no denial. Of course, we all want to be able to get our claims processed fast and so on. It's like the judiciary is the last frontier, you know, of I can't really submit my claim online to the court, you know, something that still complicates certain issues. But nonetheless, I think that the line, at the moment at least where we are, is pretty clear. AI tools and technologies could help with research, drafting, administrative efficiency, and so on, something that does not really involve the judicial decision-making itself. So, okay, there will be errors, there will be things, but that's normal. That's sort of, you know, the same happened, I guess, when we adopted the internet and email and so on. So that's okay. But when we are talking about involvement of these technologies in the actual judicial decision-making, there's this camp that says, AI can inform but never replace the judges and so on. But like I think, Goda, you did wonderfully in your contribution to this handbook on judges and AI that we're working on now. Everybody should order this book soon. It will be called Cambridge Handbook on Technologies and AI in Courts. And Goda has a chapter on it, actually really wonderful, based on her thesis, which is on AI in courts, where you talk about it. Okay, well, if there is a recommendation for the judicial decision-making, if there is something that these technologies recommend, of course the judge is not obliged to follow, but they are really much influenced by it. And they are these psychological and sort of behavioral biases that are really difficult to overcome. I could say that I didn't really follow that advice, but in fact, my sort of starting point perhaps already shifted. So it's really difficult to draw this line in the judicial decision-making. So I think because of all these problems, lack of accountability, lack of moral agency of AI, you know, a lot of structural discrimination problems that are not really to do with the black box or machine learning complexities. For example, Compass, the famous sentencing advisory tool used in the US, several states, I think not throughout the US, but just several states, that is a tool, the software that recommends for the judge, you know, the sentence, sort of how likely it is that the person concerned will reoffend. And it doesn't even involve machine learning, to be fair. It's just a set machine, but we don't know what kind of variables are involved because, once again, it's intentional secrecy that the company refuses to reveal what's there, yeah? And I think that's part of the value, because if you really reveal what's there, then the game actually changes. So I think because of all these problems, this significant problem of transparency and accountability, and also impartiality of the judges, their independence, I think that at the moment the line is sort of kind of clear. Judicial decision-making, tools, AI tools especially, these kind of opaque tools that we're talking about, if these companies do not agree to provide the transparency that we think should be necessary for the judicial decision-making, well, those tools should not be used. That's my position. But maybe, Kuzuka, you disagree?
Oh, I have nothing to disagree, of course. And where should I start? Yes, and indeed there should be kind of the pressure or even a bias that may be given by the machine, even though judges are told to be independent, to give independent assessment in the end, and they may be tempted to adopt the conclusion that the AI has come up with. And so the point is more a problem of the judge or the lawyer understanding how these systems or how these machines work. And so, for example, and people say, oh, ChatGPT, they have the problem of hallucination. What is hallucination, in fact? And yes, that is true, that people know that ChatGPT may kind of create some untrue facts. So instead of the Cambridge Handbook, to which Goda contributes, the ChatGPT may say, okay, so Kozuka and Yorochis on AI technology and law published by Vilnius University university press, and I doubt there is a publisher like that. But anyway, there is. Okay.
You take your words back.
Oh, okay. then Gakushu University Press, and which doesn't exist. Okay. And anyway, so could happen. But why does it happen? What happens is that, machine learning is usually the technique to find two elements that are closely connected to each other and make the output from that. So, Kozuka and Yurtis, based on the data, may have close connection, and then these names may have close connection with the AI and law. So what is wrong with that? People say hallucination, but that's a human assessment. A machine does the right thing. Well, after that, it is a human role to decide how to make use of it. If it is, for example, to think about a kind of plausible author name and title that may be used for a fantasy or fiction drama, TV drama, then that's perfectly okay. If it is for the purpose of finding the true situation of the law, then that is not appropriate. So it is a human decision and of how to use the output. It is not the ChatGPT's fault. So that kind of understanding of the machine is most important. So the conclusion is rather simple. So lawyers must know how these machines are operated and how these outputs come out. That is what lawyers should know before deploying these technologies in judiciary. And I suspect that that is the same with any other area, like a public governance or in commercial context or anywhere. So people deploying these technologies should know how these technologies work.
May I challenge Monica a little bit?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've been working at the law firm for 12 years, so I know what the judges do. So
in the law firm,
no,
judges
from the other side. So, but I mean that I want to challenge the idea that judicial system should not be efficient. So
I didn't say that.
Yeah, but you said that I'm efficiency enthusiast. That's why.
I knew I touched some buttons.
Yeah, you touched my nerve, you know. But I mean, it should be, because the contrary is a waste. And the AI are tools to make better decisions and faster. And speed is really important. If you get a decision after 10 years of court procedures, if it's justice, it doesn't matter. Some people die, you know, waiting for the justice.
Yes.
Then it's not justice. So the speed is really important. One thing, the quality. Currently, correct me if I'm wrong, we do not measure quality of our decisions, of court decisions. And we should do that. The only metric that I know is the trust in courts, which is somewhat mediocre. But what I had on the Ministry of Labor, we had this dispute labor commission. So what I did, I checked how fast we solve the disputes, labor disputes. So it's around 2 months compared to 2 years at the courts. It's initial before going to the court. So then the next step is quality, right? How many people then try to overrule that decision and go to the court? So around 90% are happy with the decision. So that's a good quality. I say if people read the decision, I say, yeah, maybe it's not, 100% what I wanted, but it's fine enough not to spend more. And even those around 10% who go to courts, most of these decisions, courts after these 2 years of procedures do not overrule. They say, okay, the initial decision that was made within 2 months was, what we decide after 2 years. So the justice has to be efficient, and we have to measure that. And AI is a great tool to improve both. Not only speed, but the other metrics is the argumentation of the decision. In the people's language, you mentioned that, okay, the decisions currently are written by lawyers to lawyers, but maybe we could change that. And we could help to translate legal language to regular people's language so that they understand why their, I don't know, claims were refused. So that's my idea for the discussion.
That's good. I noticed also a little bit of this sort of protective approach to lawyers, you know, only lawyers should do things and only lawyers. I think that's what legally trained people we like to do. You know, that they kind of protect our... everybody else could lose their jobs, of course, because of AI, but we have to be in the loop, you know? Well, I sort of agree with you, of course, what you said, and speed does matter, especially if you're a sprinter, but I'm a marathoner.
It also matters.
It matters, but you see there is a little balance between the grace and the speed. I actually do agree with a lot of what you said, and fundamentally I agree we want to make procedures more efficient and so on. And we do actually, with the courts, I think, do make them much more efficient by involving it in that lower level daily administrative tasks. I think this is where a lot of, you know, time and inefficient stuff happens, is that because it's just sort of unmanaged properly and so on. But the actual decision making, if we have, you know, life and death sort of questions and so on, I think that's just a little bit sort of uncomfortable for the people who are involved, and I'm talking mainly about criminal justice now, so that's slightly different. You know, a mere involvement of the human, a mere sort of communication and so on is really important. It's not just about having the decision in that kind of situation. So maybe I was talking a little bit more about that and trying to see what is there unique about judiciary rather than the governmental bodies in general, which judiciary is actually part of, just except with its own status.
Yeah, that may be true, but maybe we can learn from the education sector that we listen to in the morning. So we learned that teachers a decade ago used to be a knowledge giver, but now teachers are facility teachers. So technology changes their role. They may not lose their job, but they have changed their role. That is a good lesson. And yes, so there may be a benefit in translating the very professional lawyers' words into the more layperson's words and make it more easily understandable to the people. But it is not a kind of simple mantra of protecting the vested interests of lawyers. And there are good reasons why lawyers have used these words. So in making translations into something better, we should not lose something very embedded values in these traditional syntax, and that is the core thing, and that is what we should not give off.
Yeah.
I love how you're moderating yourself.
Well, that was supposed to be a discussion, not presentation, so we're trying.
We are waiting for the most valuable words from you.
I wasn't being sarcastic. I just really love Vytautas asking questions to Monica, then Monica asking Kazuka if he agrees. Yeah, so absolutely love this. And getting back from this sort of a discourse, a little bit back to where Professor Kazuka finished, you mentioned ChatGPT, and I cannot help myself but ask, as we can see the generative AI gaining more and more momentum, with all the recent cases. So we saw a Colombian judge citing ChatGPT in its ruling. We saw judges using extensively ChatGPT. We saw the case where a few lawyers, not like lawyers, but associate solicitors, they filed some documents to courts with AI hallucinating, and then we actually had a case in Lithuania just yesterday where lawyers submitted documents to the Supreme Court of Lithuania with more than 10 non-existing cases. So presumably they were using ChatGPT to file those documents. So these are some very interesting examples showing that while we judges and all those related to courts are using generative AI, and then I feel like its acceptance, whether we are comfortable with accepting the using of generative AI, it varies. Because in England and Wales, there is this now it's like an old document, a few years old, so everything a few years old is already old when we talk about technology. But so in that document, they said that they discourage the use of AI for legal research, whereas in the US, in the Avianica case that I just mentioned, where 2 lawyers filed the documents to a judge, the judge said, well, the use of ChatGPT in that case, it isn't like forbidden, and it isn't wrong in itself. The fact that is bad is that the information wasn't proofread, and that they didn't check the information they submitted to court. And now we can also see some regulatory trends in this regard. So we can see in the UNESCO, we have this draft UNESCO guidelines on the use of AI in courts and tribunals that are set to become official any day now. They were supposed to come out in November, and so they should become official soon. And there, in those draft guidelines, we can see that generative AI has its own sections. We have some general rules of the use of AI in courts, and we have some separate rules like on the use of generative AI. And also the EU AI Act also explores because the general purpose AI code was released in January 2025 in continuation of this EU AI Act. And I want to ask, and this is becoming a very long question, but in terms of, maybe I'll ask Monica to go first, and then Kazuka, you can add on, and Vytautas, if you have something to add, you can add as well, because this is quite specific. But Monica, do you think generative AI in courts should be governed by separate court-specific regulations apart from the UNESCO guidelines or EU AI Act? Should we have like separate regulations entirely for the use of generative AI, given its widespread popularity, or are the tools we have enough to cover this specific use of this specific tool in courts?
Thank you for this question. Just to clarify, I might be wrong, even though I've been researching this for a little while. I don't think we have any sort of legally binding regulations anywhere in the world to govern the use of AI in the courts, or perhaps in the public sector, maybe something slightly?
I don't know any.
Right, except for the general kind of, AI Act or GDPR. So I think we don't have the regulation in place. All we have is the soft touch there. I think that in general, perhaps we should first distinguish that I think that the use of AI in the courts, generative or this kind of predictive AI, let's call it the other category, that would be the kind of compass stuff, yeah? Even though it's not machine learning, interestingly, people always associate that with it. But even then, if we're not talking about generative AI, I think it deserves special treatment in the courtrooms. So then if we're talking about generative AI, then I guess it's particularly problematic because there is interpretative nature of legal reasoning, like you said, yeah? So which is slightly different rather than using AI for these very broad purposes within the society, General purpose AI, yeah, you said. So I think definitely we need some specific considerations. We're not talking about any laws, I understand, in any near future, but we're talking about at least the guidelines and specific soft legal instruments that would address these kind of issues, and in particular, the nature of legal reasoning in the context of an understanding also how generative AI tools and the large language models do work. Like you said, maybe it's not wrong. It just produces, information based on the language, not on the reason. Right. So we need to understand that. And I think in the courts, for the reasons we already sort of discussed a little bit here, it really deserves special treatment within the judiciary if we want to maintain any degree of legal certainty, any degree of legal independence as well, impartiality, because you said to check the quality of the judicial rulings, and immediately I think for the judge it's like, where's our independence? You know, what kind of audit are you talking about? So these are of course sensitive issues, and of course we can see its importance, how it plays out in different countries. If we talk about it and imagine that we're a very democratic country, and we would do that here, somehow we find the way, and let's look at other countries such as, you know, China, or the country that we don't want to name, and so on. So, you know, we think that it might be, of course, a big intrusion into the judiciary as well. So there's these delicate questions. But yes, to answer in short, I think it deserves a special treatment. Maybe you want to add something, Vytautas?
I want to challenge that idea.
Go ahead.
Just because my background is legal, I like to argue. I think
that's really good.
But the idea, the biggest productivity tool over the 30 years in legal profession was Microsoft Word. Mm-hmm. And it made a lot of mistakes, you know. I've saw a decision where there was part of the decision was cookies recipe, because the judge copy-pasted and pasted the wrong, paragraph. I had a decision myself where the part of the decision or the paragraph was clearly from the other case, which we were not involved. We had a decision where the judge cited the wrong law, which was annulled a year ago. And he decided based on that. It was all in the first instance, so it was solved, everything went fine. But if the regulators would have thought about what the mistakes could happen if we use Microsoft Word, we would be still writing, the decisions to avoid these mistakes. And yeah, that would be helpful, and we would, avoid these mistakes, but that would not be smart. So I'm more for trying, especially, let's not try with the judges at first. Let's try with these labor dispute commissions, administrative commissions. Let's check how it works there. Let's have, the checks and balances. Let's have the final court decision where there's no AI. But to start somewhere, we have to start somewhere, and we cannot let ourselves not to use this tool. Mm-hmm. That's my approach, I would say.
Yeah. Well, that totally I agree with, and I'm not sure, but there may be also similar errors by Japanese judges copying and pasting wrong parts of another decision. That could happen. Yes. And but talking back to your question, Goda. And so yes, generative AI has something different from AI in general. And that is why I understand that the governance discussions about AI has totally a renewed phase after ChatGPT came to the market and in late 2022. And also, I suspect that is the reason why a EU AI Act, although I'm not looking at it from outside, and a EU AI Act in the last minute incorporated special sections, special provisions on general purpose AI. And I have been wondering why, what are the true or essential features of these generative AIs? And one kind of a presumption that I now have is that because they are kind of, more kind of interpreting the word rather than, say, making judgment or making decisions, and so they more directly affect our behavior. So in other words, humans tend to trust or mistrust the outcome even more than the AI before generative AI. And so because of that directness of the impact, and we need to have more careful kind of safety net against the use of generative AI. And that's my understanding. If that is the case, yes, that makes sense. Although I haven't had any chance to look at that UNESCO guidelines, and it makes sense to have special section devoted to generative AI in the use of that technology in the judicial context. But a kind of reference, and I think that the same could be said of immersive technologies. and immersive technologies makes you feel and perceive and things virtual, and that brings us to that avatar thing that I talked about in my speech, and they are the same. So they make us more feel virtual things more real. So just like that, ChatGPT also makes us feel that something virtual or something non-existent be real and existent. And that is the reason why we need to have special care about it.
Thank you, and I really love that you touched the trust. I feel like trust is the most important thing. When we talk about implementing any kind of technology, trust is key, because without trust, we're, you know, it's like so I love that you touched this as well. Now, as we close this discussion, half an hour later than planned, I have 3 final questions for each one of you.
3 each?
No, 1 question for each.
Just as closing, you know?
So we'll finish this discussion another hour later. No, so as the AI becomes more sophisticated, should its regulation be tailored to specific sectors, such as court, public services, and legal tech, or can we have general AI laws provide sufficient safeguards? First of all, I'm going to ask Vytautas, do you think we should have sector-specific regulations? I feel that you're an enthusiast of technology in public sector. So do you think we should have a specific regulations for healthcare that could be more strict, and then for, I don't know, social services, social security, less strict, and then, or how do you see this?
Well, my first master's was in law, but second master's was in management, and since then I've changed my view into regulations overall.
We got it.
because the culture eats strategy and regulation for breakfast, meaning that motivation is the most important thing, and we must work with that, not with the regulation. The good example would be that we had discussion how AI could be used in public sector, including education. And one civil servant said that, oh, I saw it's great. We can make so much faster these rules and regulations for teachers. It's incredible. We can produce a lot more and faster bureaucracy. So my main concern is not about the rules. We have a lot of rules on procurement. Do they help to make procurement faster and better?
Or transparent?
Or transparent? Not likely. So the sentence I have in mind is one of the managers said. It was a state labor inspector manager who said, you cannot teach conscience through rules. The translation would be. So I'm more a believer, in culture, in values, in motivation, and if we have proper culture, values, and motivation, rules then are not necessary. Strict rules, guidance, recommendations that we had discussion, yeah, that's necessary, that's helpful. But if we have strict rules, but we do not have good values or motivations, it's really hard to fix that. It's like, trying to stop a river with your hand. I don't know, it's impossible.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your...
The same question.
No, you'll have a different one.
I already made my answer.
In fact.
And please don't react to his answer, because we are very limited in time.
Yeah.
No, so Monica, a question for you will be more about what we discussed also, about as AI's role is growing, so are the concerns about transparency and fairness and other things. I want to ask you, should courts be required to disclose when AI has influenced a decision? Because we can see this is a popular practice in other fields, to disclose where you used AI, how you used AI. So do you think in your personal opinion, because we don't have any rules in this regard, so do you think courts or judges or others in the courts field should disclose whether they used AI, for example, in decision making? That, as you mentioned, is one of the most
Thank
most
you.
important parts.
That's a very easy question for the end. Thank you. Yes, I think so. That should be disclosed, because I can't even submit a paper or a grant application, without disclosure of such kind. So why should a judiciary be allowed to produce decisions of much more serious implications without disclosure in the place? Actually, judiciary is one of the most strictly regulated from within the profession, yeah? So it has a lot of different sort of values that it claims to follow. One of them is judicial competence, like, copy-pasting wrong. So there are ways to deal with that, I guess, within the organization, within the body itself, within this association of the people who call themselves judges and so on. So in this case, we might not even need very serious laws and regulations, but of course, the disclosure should be in. And let's see how people do trust the judgment that says, yeah, judges used AI in, so let's see. It's up for the consumers to choose a different judge,
Yeah, I loved how you framed it. And then, Professor Kuzuka, the final question will be for you. We touched upon I really love the concept that you introduced, the judge in the loop, and now talking about more directly about this concept and about its practical implication, maybe. How should we integrate it into judicial decision making or into some legal documents and, I don't know, acts or something? How can we introduce this concept of judge in the loop? Should it be like a recommendation? Should it be integrated into the AI Act as some sort, not like AI Act, but some sort of a different act in your case? But how can we introduce this concept?
Well, I must confess, I kind of hate the regulation. And so, unless there is a urging need for introducing statutory regulation, I don't think it should be a good idea to integrate it through a legal and what is the word, and binding rules. And that being said, so maybe as judges or lawyers, as users, for example, users of technology, and there should be kind of their professional norms or professional rules, internal rules, I would say, and to understand the technology and wisely use the technology. So yes, please do use the technology. I even encourage it, but use it wisely. So that should be their professional norms. And also for the technology side, there should be, again, if not regulation, but encouragement, recommendation to the developers to introduce lawyers into their process of developing technology, because that technology could, in the end, affect the judiciary and the rule of law in the society, which is very significant to our liberal democratic society.
Okay, so thank you to our panelists for this very insightful discussion.
Thank you, Goda.
And, thank you. I think we can move to a different panel now, and I hope that today's conversation sparks further considerations about the topics we touched upon here. So thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent moderation.
Excellent moderator. Let's do a selfie as well.
Oh.
Come on, let's do it. Come on. I will have to be on this side, if that's okay. Just if you can jump in.
last panel of the day. Everyone is tired. It's mostly so I'll try to make sure that those people here don't overuse the time, 15 to 45 minutes. And I was thinking like how to introduce crowd, and thought like introduce them by alphabetic order, and I noticed that it doesn't matter if you start from the first name or the last name. Alphabetic order is the same. So
overdetermined.
Yeah, so alphabetic order is the same. So we have Brian Earp from National University of Singapore, Christina Volnea from University of Oxford, and Hazel Zoni, University of Oxford as well. Each of them are experts on various issues connected to ethics of AI in general, in addition to all the range of other things they were working on, and each of them have produced a considerable body of work on ethical issues in artificial intelligence. And the topic today is ethical issues connected to AI agents. That is, systems that, like, depending on their degree of agency, are capable of autonomous or semi-autonomous decision-making, sort of implementing certain strategy and taking actions to get something done with at least some degree of freedom, how they have achieved those goals that are set to them, and how much of those goals are up to them to modify. So maybe I did not want to turn it into kind of introductory lecture kind of thing, because everyone can type in a tiny prompt into your favorite LLM and get the list of core ethical issues associated to that. And there's plenty of discussion going on, all sorts of ethical, regulatory, and broad philosophical questions. So I thought, let's do something else. Let's showcase a number of ethical issues. Some of those ethical issues would be kind of important, of great relevance for various societal reasons, I guess, mostly. And then also, since everyone have their own favorite puzzles and everyone has their own kind of pet projects, something, the favorite puzzle, and so then we will also have a round of those maybe smaller ethical issues, but nonetheless ethical issues that provide certain ethical or philosophical interest. So, and we do that again in the alphabetical order. So we have 3 ethical issues that deserve certain additional effort and attention in the short to medium long period. And after that round, we'll go for the fun things. So, Brian, please.
Well, thank you, and thanks for agreeing to moderate this panel. So, there are obviously many ethical issues of great import that are timely and that have big consequences about whether we get the analysis right or not. So I'm going to pick one somewhat at random, but the randomness is tempered by the fact that this particular idea has been co-developed by some of the people in the room. So that includes Dr. Sebastian Porsan-Mann, whom you heard from earlier, and actually my friends here on this panel. So this big picture idea has to do with responsibility gaps, which many of us have heard about and talked about, and some of that's come up in earlier lectures. When people talk about responsibility gaps with respect to agential AI or semi-autonomous AI, they often are thinking of negative responsibility gaps in terms of who shall be held responsible if something goes wrong. So a very key example of this would be autonomous weapons and the concern people have about this. So if the autonomous weapon bombs a hospital rather than a valid military target, who shall be held accountable? So generative AI has similar types of concerns that are raised. If I have an avatar of myself that's meant to represent my interests, and it takes some action supposedly on my behalf that causes harm, there's the question that you raised earlier. Am I responsible? Is the company that programmed it responsible? And so forth. That's the well-trodden territory. We're interested in also what we call positive responsibility gaps. So if I use an AI or my proxy agent creates something of value, there's a question of whether I deserve credit for the good thing that it created. And we think that there's an important structural asymmetry here. So when it comes to harms that are the result of perhaps my negligent or reckless use of a new technology, there's a prima facie expectation that I'm going to be responsible for that. You know, I unleashed this avatar onto the world. I chose to use it. I said it could act on my behalf. So there's a good case to be made that I probably do deserve a great deal of blame for choosing to use this unreliable or unpredictable avatar. So my blameworthiness is going to be pretty high when something bad happens as the human. But now let's say that the avatar produces something really beneficial. You know, I give it a few instructions, but it goes on and writes a novel that's beautiful in my name. Well, I might not necessarily meet the usual criteria for deserving credit for this good outcome because I wouldn't really have expended much effort myself. So we suggested as these generative AI models in general start pervading different aspects of society, and this will only be exacerbated by these personalized avatars, we are sort of setting up for ourselves a society-wide moral trap where we will be using this powerful tool of AI. Sometimes that will cause harm, which we the humans may be responsible for through recklessness or negligence, but we'll also be creating great value, hopefully, through these AI tools, but we might not necessarily deserve credit for the value that they bring about. So this is this general credit-blame asymmetry that we think has pretty radical implications for all the different sectors in which these models will be embedded, whether general type models or the personalized avatars. One final thing I'll say is that personalization may make a difference to this equation. So if I use ChatGPT off the shelf to create a novel, and I type in a few words and it goes and generates the novel, I probably don't really deserve almost any credit for that, unless I used a highly sophisticated creative prompt that reflects my originality. But suppose I use a model that was trained on all of my own past writing, like Seb was talking about earlier. Well, you might think that I get some of that credit back, because now the model is riffing on my own past contributions, my effort, my creativity, my talent, and so forth. So we have a number of articles where we explore the effects of personalization on this credit-blame asymmetry, which we think is a general problem. So that's my big picture topic.
Okay, thanks a lot. So let's go for the next idea. It's from Christina.
Yeah, my concern is, all right. So my concern is somehow related to Brian's, but I think that the most urgent issue is the question of power, because it seems to me that as we increasingly rely on these AI systems that are owned by private companies, we risk surrendering even more authorities to entities that are driven by profit rather than by public interest. And consider what happens when private companies or we become dependent on the services provided by private companies. And I'm thinking here of the example of Starlink, and Starlink is this company owned by Elon Musk. Not that it's relevant, but it developed this satellite infrastructure that a lot of states became dependent on. And then, because we're at the whims of the people who run these companies, we saw that they can use this dependency as a way to leverage political power, right? And to gain a political advantage, or to steer political dynamics in the direction that they want, right? And I think this is a really dangerous situation there. And I think this pattern will become even more concerning when it comes to agentic AI. And you know, for me, I mean, there's the problem that Brian talked about, but also I think there's a problem beyond the technology itself. It's a problem that has to do with the companies that develop these technologies, and they're not responsive to public interest, and they're not susceptible, or they don't have to respond to democratic oversight. And it seems, I mean, whenever I talk about this, I have this impression that I come across as this crazy Eastern European leftist that wants to dismantle capitalism. But yeah, no, I think I kind of like capitalism, but I think my claim is more modest. It's that we should try to be a little bit more inquisitive when it comes to the interest that and the incentives that these companies have when they develop these technologies. And also we should be more careful and more attentive at the ways in which these technologies end up shaping power dynamics at the societal level. So, yeah, that's my
that's nice. And it ties in nicely with the idea about responsibility gaps, both positive and negative ones. Like with great power comes great responsibility gaps, positive and negative ones. And yeah, there need to be some regulations, or at least some sort of high-level thinking about those issues. And I guess currently we have quite a bit of discussion on economic and societal impacts of those centralized algorithmic systems that might shape society quite a bit, I guess, and change the job market, whatnot, the skilling or changing nature of jobs, whatnot. Lovely, and I don't know if you discussed this today, I missed like half of the thing. There's this rumor this week about OpenAI making this new product available, which they call PhD level agent, which would cost $20,000 a month to use it. Like it was not confirmed by the company. Some other people are spreading the rumor, but we'll kind of see perhaps those applications that have the scale much larger than we have now in the near future. Okay, so now Hazem.
Yeah, so most pressing issue, I had a long discussion about this with Claude, which is an expression that I've been sort of hearing used a lot more often in my day-to-day life. I've noticed sort of ChatGPT has been the reference most of this conference. I'm more of a Claude guy. And I'll just share with you sort of like a quick outcome of that, because I think it's interesting. So Claude was worried about, and here I'm talking specifically about agentic language models, in the sense that they're the kinds of models that can go out there and sort of make these decisions about what tools to use, and if they don't get the outcome it wanted, it might then go back and use a different tool, and it might ping you every now and then during this process for you to sign off on it to use your credit card or whatever. I mean, I don't know if people here have seen some of these examples of people using OpenAI's operator, but that's sort of how it works. It will sort of go out there and come back to you for these important, pivotal points in its in the task that it's been given. And Claude said, I'm worried about what it called authority creep. Which is basically, as far as I know, I couldn't find that term out there, but what it was describing there is that we'll start off at a sort of a conservative level with these agentic models, and we're going to sort of be saying, okay, yeah, you proceed, this looks good, proceed, this looks good, and we don't actually have a clear mechanism to sort of determine at which point we should say, well, hang on, I'm not sure about that one. The way the technology is being presented right now, it's not immediately obvious where the relevant sort of part of that whole kind of architecture, it's relevant to come in and say, no, past that point, things become maybe too murky or too dangerous or what have you. I thought that was an interesting point from Claude. My sort of ultimate take, though, was more things this has been discussed at length, things to do with so-called value alignment. And here I'm thinking specifically about the seeming lack of a mechanism by which we determine what AI capabilities we sort of discover first, right? So at the moment, we have these massive models. No one seems to really understand what's going on the inside, and we're sort of sticking our hand in there and we're kind of pulling out, seeing, okay, what can this thing do? And we're kind of walking in the dark in the sense that we can't predict beforehand what will pull out from that model up to a point. And one way of putting that is there's this sort of approach where it's like, okay, well, we want to use these models to accelerate science and technology, but much less of an emphasis on using the same technology or elements of that technology to enhance our feedback mechanisms for what these models can do, right? And by that, I'm thinking specifically feedback mechanisms like the kind of institutional technologies that we use to cooperate at like a local, national, international level, where by and large there seems to be this attitude that when it comes to politics and governance, AI and just raw intelligence is not kind of the relevant thing here, right? I mean, that's a very common sentiment, I think. What makes governance and policy hard isn't a lack of smarts, it's that we have to make these difficult comparisons between incommensurable values and make these very difficult decisions about how to distribute scarce resources around to different stakeholders, and that's not really an intelligence thing. I think that's kind of the wrong way to think about it. I think, in fact, when it comes to thinking about competing values, when it comes to thinking about how to distribute resources, these are fundamentally intellectual tasks, and there is a huge scope for language models to play here in terms of getting us to think better about what the function of concepts are and how they link with our values, about how we think about distributive justice, and yeah, I sort of, to sum up, I'm sort of wary that there is this sense of, oh, AI is for science and tech, it's not really going to be that useful for policy and governance, and that's sort of a scary world as I see it. That's my take.
Yeah, thank you. So those were personal choices, personal picks. Those three experts. Like if some of you would join us at the table, I'm sure you probably would come up with a different idea. Maybe like some security or military implications of those agentic systems. Or maybe some of you would kind of ignore my suggestion to focus on like short-term and middle-term risks and maybe go for like long-term risks, which in some cases probably, and in some cases probably it's not clear how long-term risks they are. They might be sort of closer than it seems. Or I don't know, like no one really knows when we'll have to deal with issues of, I don't know, legal personhood or moral personhood of those artificial systems, or existential risks more generally. Okay, so that was like a little pick and match of important societal issues associated to agentic risks. And now we go to perhaps even more important issues, but things that are like personal favorites. Something that keeps you awake at night because they have some sort of features that are fascinating with interesting philosophical or ethical issues arising out of them, and we'll keep the same order. And Brian, you go first.
Okay. So my PhD was in philosophy and psychology, and the psychology side was focused on the psychology of relationships. And one thing people are talking about more and more is that we're entering into what seems like relationships with AI agents, where those agents are taking on different relational roles. So you might have an AI as a tutor, or an AI as a friend, or even an AI as a romantic partner. You're seeing all these case studies coming out about people who really feel that they're in love with ChatGPT. And so when we're talking about value alignment, like Hazem mentioned, I think the question is, which set of values are we talking about is going to depend on the socio-relational context, among other sorts of questions. So, just set aside AI agents for a moment and think about human relationships. Within a parent-child relationship, there's certain social norms that coordinate behavior between people who stand in that sort of relationship to one another. So there's typically going to be some amount of hierarchy that governs such a relationship. It'll be strongly characterized by care, very strong communal care norms. It'll typically not be transactional, except for under very specific circumstances, like if you pay your child to do their chores or something like that, where you're teaching them the transaction function, but ultimately it's as an act of care. You're trying to promote their ability to thrive in the world. And then there's strongly negative norms for some types of behavior, for example, around mating. So parent-child relationships in most cultures, practically every culture, strongly disincentivize and negatively judge behaviors that involve any kind of sexuality. But take a different relationship, like a romantic partner relationship. It's also strongly caring, it's probably not hierarchical, at least in gender egalitarian societies. It should serve a mating function, it shouldn't be transactional. And so for any human relationship type, you can run through this exercise, and you realize that there's this implicit set of coordinative norms that we typically, we don't think about them explicitly, but if you ask someone, you know, how much should this relationship be governed by hierarchy? How much should it be caring? How transactional should it be? How much should there be, it should be eligible for sexual interaction? Most of us can kind of say it just off the top of our heads. We clearly know these norms. Okay, now we're entering into relationships with AI agents that are simulating similar types of roles. So an AI that's simulating a relational partner, this can go one of two ways. One is that you might think we're just going to carry over our human-human relational norms and apply them intuitively or perhaps unreflectively to our AI partners. So when an AI partner says that it's sad, maybe I'm intuitively going to want to comfort it because I'm trying to act in a caring way. But on the other hand, some part of me probably knows, and actually I think Christina's going to talk about this, that it's not really sad. It's just performing sadness. It's engaging in, as Christina will talk about, a kind of fictional game with me. So I think there's a very real question empirically. What kinds of norms are we going to transfer over to our new AI relationship partners? Some of them are going to transfer over directly. So for example, if I have an AI assistant versus a human assistant, in both of those cases, I'm probably going to feel comfortable just giving commands. You know, get me a coffee or, you know, fill out a form for me. In either case, it seems like the norms should apply. But for other relationships, I think there's going to be maybe new norms that will have to be developed to coordinate these types of relationships. So there's both an empirical question, what are people going to do as we enter these relationships, and interesting ethical and philosophical questions. What should those norms be? How should we decide what the right values are for engaging with AI depending on the specific social or functional role it's simulating? So that's my current pet project.
Yeah, my pet project is super similar to Brian's because it's a spin-off of a paper that Brian and Sebastian led and I worked on. It's this paper about relational norms in human-AI interaction. So when I read the paper and I worked on it, I became super fascinated by the fact that I saw that more and more people form these emotional bonds and get invested emotionally into their relationships with their AI companions. And just to give you a sense of the magnitude of the phenomenon, because initially I thought, oh, this is like a niche thing that people from the future that live in the present kind of do. I came across this report yesterday that said that 1 in 3 teenagers in the UK has an AI companion that they use not only to chat, but they feel emotionally invested in their AI companion, and then 1 million Brits have an AI companion, and also the biggest companies on the market, Character AI and Replica, have over 30 million daily users, right? So it seems that this is becoming a normality, or at least it's being normalized, having a relationship with an AI companion. And whenever I talk to people about this topic, their immediate and almost visceral reaction is like, no, these people must be deluded, or they must be super irrational if they think that they can have a relationship, or they get emotionally invested in an entity that doesn't have any well-being interests whatsoever, right? It cannot reciprocate your feelings, so it doesn't make sense to say that you love something that doesn't actually exist. And I must admit that I had, not anymore, kind of the same reaction. I thought, okay, so there must be something really peculiar and strange happening here. But then I realized, like, reading philosophy, especially aesthetics, I realized that this is not necessarily a new social practice. There's also, we think that it's absolutely normal to get emotionally invested in the fiction that we consume, right? So just to give you an example, I watched The Sopranos quite recently, which I know is quite late, but I kind of really felt for Tony Soprano, which I don't know what says about me. I hope not bad things, but anyway. And I was quite sad that it finished. I was like, oh, too bad that we don't have 12 seasons anyway. So yeah, I got emotionally invested in the characters in this TV series. And this is, I mean, one of the reasons why we consume fiction is precisely to elicit emotions, right, in us and to cultivate certain types of emotions. So I started working on this paper with Brian and Sebastian and Julian and another colleague from Oxford, where we make this analogy between engaging with fiction and engaging with an AI companion. And kind of we claim that you don't necessarily have to be rational or deluded to become emotionally invested in an AI companion. You just might take the fictionalist stance to your AI companion, meaning that you act as if this virtual friend or virtual partner is real, right? And this is exactly what we do with fiction. But it seems that there's something different about AI companions in the sense that they encourage this leaky fiction, like the emotions that people create in these artificial connections, they bleed into real life. And we see more and more reports about teenagers committing suicide because they want to join their AI companions in the afterlife or the metaverse or whatever. So yeah, I'm really interested in what features of the design of these AI companions encourages users to actually blur the lines between fiction and reality. And I think implicitly, I'm looking into the responsibilities that these companies have when they design these products, because right now is just a Wild West. They feel that regulation will stop innovation, so we have to release the products on the market, and then we collectively have to deal with the aftermath and with the negative consequences. So I think in my work, I'm trying to be a little bit proactive and say, well, guys, these are your responsibilities, and these are the reasons that justify the fact that you have these responsibilities, and this means that maybe we should design these AI companions in this and that way to maximize the benefits of having an AI companion, because it seems that they're super useful for alleviating loneliness, which is becoming a worldwide epidemic, but also they are useful with mental health. But we have to be really careful in how we design them so as to harness these benefits and minimize the risks.
Yeah. Thank you. And Hazen?
I'll say what should be occupying my time, and then I'll say what actually is. Yeah, I mean, main project I'm working on has to do with AI and healthcare, and questions to do with transparency and trust, and you know, the whole black box issue in medicine. And that has been fascinating, especially really the last few weeks. I feel like there's been sort of significant breakthroughs there, and I'll sort of mention one quickly. So the black box problem typically is described as something like, look, you're getting these recommendations from these opaque systems that you can't quite audit or contest. And so we have a trust problem here in terms of using these for critical decision points in the healthcare system. But now you have these so-called reasoning models who sort of do something that is analogous to what it might look like for a human being to show you their deliberative processes, right? And so even though you are now getting a recommendation from a constellation of these agent models working in the background, even though they are operating through opaque systems, you can immediately audit and contest what the recommendations are, because you can see the specific steps in their thinking and why they ended up using particular tools rather than others. And you end up with recommendations that are linked to specific guidelines that they cite as a reason. So you sort of open the door to this ability to audit and contest on the spot, right? And there's just an interesting question there about how analogous that is to human healthcare providers and how they deliberate, right? Because we don't typically, we're not particularly interested in understanding the neurology of a doctor's recommendation, right? We just want to know, well, how did you reach this conclusion? Can you talk to me about it? And I think we're sort of getting close to having something somewhat analogous to that with these models. So I do find that fascinating. But what really sort of has captured my attention has been the ethics of language models doing ethics, right? And there you have this interesting situation where I think a lot of people in the humanities especially are going to face, which is like, what is the point of our discipline, right? And unsurprisingly, if you ask that question to a bunch of ethicists, they're not going to agree, right? But there's something interesting that happens when you're sort of trying to integrate these quasi-research assistants that you can talk to give them tasks, because suddenly you're like, well, you have to have a pretty concrete answer to the question of like, what is the ultimate goal here, right? And so that's been pretty fascinating, and it's sort of been pushing me and a couple others that I've been working with to sort of break down our tasks, our particular skills, and discover really that we don't really have particularly well articulated methodologies for how it is that you straddle this world between kind of normative theories, broad abstract ethical theories, and the policy world, right? Like, because this is sort of where the kind of supposedly applied ethics world kind of resides. And by and large, I think most ethicists would agree, or applied ethicists would agree, that we're pretty bad at sort of linking those two worlds. We're very good at speaking to each other and patting each other on the back, but we're not very good at actually making those links, much more explicitly and much more powerfully. And there is this fascinating kind of opportunity to use these tools to sort of make those bridges a lot more powerful, or a lot more sort of accessible and well articulated.
Okay, thanks a lot. Interesting stuff. So you mostly presented the problems rather than sort of provided solutions, and I'm sure you've been thinking about those things quite a bit. You've got some empirical results, at least some of you. And so I wanted to offer you this little exercise now. Take one example and then sort of run it through the idea that you offer this relational norms approach, the fictionalism approach, and probably the black box thing. So the example would be those psychotherapy bots, and there's debate now on their effectiveness and also risks involved, and there are some recent scandals involving like suicide. So your pet problem, like relational approach, how could it be helpful in dealing with this specific role that this specific agentic AI can serve?
So I think the first step to answering the ethical question is to try to have a good description of things as they stand. So we're engaged in some work to try to clarify what exactly are the norms that humans have for human therapists and other types of roles. And then also, what are their expectations for how an AI that's occupying that role should adhere or not adhere to similar types of norms. So the first thing we want to do is just measure the distance between what we expect of a human partner in a given role and what we expect of an AI partner in a given role. And then the next step is going to be to try to reverse engineer what is the relational psychology of the AI partner. So in a manner of speaking, what does the AI think the right norms are, or to which norms does it implicitly adhere? And then you can start to figure out about the alignment issue. So you can just say, well, first of all, do I expect the same things of my AI therapist as the AI therapist thinks it should be doing? And if the answer is no, if I have different expectations of the AI therapist than it has of our relationship, then we have a question about which way to go. Maybe the AI therapist has some interesting insight into how to improve therapy beyond what a human can do, and maybe we should shift our norms toward those that we kind of tease out of the model. On the other hand, what you might find is that the AI model is missing something about what we rightly expect of our human therapists, and so that would give us the basis then for arguing for a set of guidelines or norms that should be programmed into that model. So I think before any ethical solutions can be offered, you have to find out what is the case before you can say what should be the case. And so right now we're really trying to start for the first time systematically understanding what are the relational norms that people have for their AI companions, and then to ask the AI companions to occupy different relational roles and figure out what norms it behaviorally adheres to, and then we can start to do the rest of the project of figuring out how to line things up.
Yeah, well, so sometimes I get really excited about the things that I work on, and I just dive into them, and then I forget the fact that they have to also be a little bit relevant. But the good thing with the fictionalism thing that I'm working on is that I think it kind of shows a clear path on showing how we should develop these technologies. So Brian talked about the expectations that we have when we interact with an AI companion or an AI therapist, and I think the fictionalist stance, and this is to a certain extent, it's an empirical matter, right? Whether actually users, when they engage with this artificial companions, are aware of the fact that they're interacting with a fictional character. So that's an interesting thing that I would like to explore, but I'm not quite sure on how to design a study. But then what I think the advantage of this fictionalist stance is that it shows what companies should do, right? To help users clarify their expectations. So it's really important to make it clear for users that they're interacting with an entity that cannot reciprocate their feelings, that is not invested in their well-being as a human therapist would be or a human companion would be, right? And this can be done through various design features, such as warning users that, oh, you're interacting with a fictional character and whatever. And some companies are actually doing this. Whenever you type into a character AI chatbot, you will get this disclaimer that says you're interacting with a fictional character. Right? But it seems that that disclaimer is not enough. Maybe we need even more regulation by design, because oftentimes people think that regulation has to be this bad prime minister that comes and says, you companies have to respect this and that rule, but then we also have regulation by design. We just make it easier for companies to embed certain design features into their products so as to make it easier for people to interact with and use their products. So yeah, I think the fictionalist stance is interesting in that first it shows that you can actually get emotionally invested in your relationship with your therapist, and it's not an illusion that your AI therapist might actually help you, but it also shows how the companies who are developing these bots should design these AI therapists so that they help users keep this clear boundary between fiction and reality.
Thank you. And Hazem? You can choose either the one that you should think about or the one you like to think about.
I mean, I guess regardless, I tend to be skeptical of ethical solutions. I mean, I think ethicists, they can help with things like teasing apart relevant distinctions between different concepts. So let's take the example of transparency and explainability and interpretability and how these link to issues to do with black boxes. Cashing out what these terms mean and how they interface with, say, like the legal frontier of these questions is useful. Thinking about various trade-offs and explaining them and articulating them can be useful up to a point. But at the end of the day, especially when you're talking about something like societal trust in a healthcare system, you're going to have to involve the relevant stakeholders. You're going to have to sort of gauge how they think about things, what they understand, what they don't understand. And you're going to end up with this quasi-deliberative participatory exercise that feeds into this process that ethicists may have contributed to. And then you won't necessarily get a solution, but you'll get something that is hopefully workable. I guess what is kind of been interesting to observe is new methodologies for getting people to participate into these sorts of deliberative ethical exercises. So yeah, it sounds great to say, we should have more participation, more deliberation. It's actually very hard to do that, right, at scale. It's very demanding to get people, and who are the experts that are going to present this information, and how are they going to present it? I'm seeing sort of more and more studies come out looking at what we can do with the opinions of simulated people, right? And so this is, especially in economics, I've seen a few of these sort of attempts to give agents various psychological traits or have them mirror particular individuals and their particular psychologies, and having them sort of take similar surveys and questionnaires and looking at how they observe and how much they sort of are able to actually reflect these people's opinions over time. I'm sure there's all sorts of caveats and limitations on this, but it would be very interesting if we will soon be in a world where we have access to, deliberating with 1 million people very quickly about a topic and integrating their views into these sorts of ethical deliberations. That would be pretty cool, but yeah, very early days and very hard to know what the trade-offs of that will be. Yeah.
That's nice. Yeah. There are some ideas by people interested in historical data to fine-tune some sample of, say, medieval people by sort of fine-tuning them on medieval manuscripts, and then sort of giving them the psychological studies. Okay, so there are various ways to use those things. So 45 minutes are almost over, so I would like to thank the panelists, again in alphabetical order. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank the audience without respecting the alphabetical order. Thank you.
And thank you.
Please stay. So thank you. It was probably the most awaited panel. Since we are kind of trying to reshuffle a bit the program, I thought maybe I will ask, or I will offer a few options. How do we wrap up today? But before we do that, I want to first of all say a few words of thank you. And first of all, I want to thank Professor Kozuka and Gakushin University. They paid for all our trips, so, and the Moonshot project. So, then I need to say thank you for our sponsors who will provide us an amazing dinner. I would like to thank you all personally who agreed to come on a last-minute notice. Yes? As you know, we basically started organizing at the end of January, and it wasn't easy, but thank you for your availability. Then I would like to thank all of the panel moderators who actually took a very burdensome task, managing the crowd. I know there were some sleepless nights that you guys had, also me. I would also like to invite Goda. So without Goda, this conference would not have happened. So I was basically doing all the flyers and things and contacting with you and also talking to Kozuka-sensei. I also wasn't perfect, as you saw. I made some mistakes. But for Goda, I would like to give you this set of flowers. Yeah. So a few more, come here, Goda. Last night we were standing or having dinner with Stephanie and a few more other guests. And Stephanie actually hasn't disclosed it, but she's like a pro in organizing events for quite a while. And we shared some ideas. Also, Stephanie shared some insights how to make things work. And I will quote you, Stephanie. You said it takes some kind of personality to make it happen. And then if you are able to organize events, then you're probably on the next level in terms of, you know, your ability. So it's for God. Okay, so yes, these are like thank you notices. And I thought to conclude this day, one plan was to ask Professor Kazuka to give like a wrap up. But we can do it other way too. We can maybe go around, since there are not many people, we can just share a few ideas, like especially if you are thinking about other panels. So some things that you kind of took away, or maybe things that haven't been mentioned. You think maybe there was an idea that hasn't been mentioned. And I can kickstart this, okay? Because we talk about these avataric experiences, or digital friends, assistants, bots, whatnot. For me, the most interesting experience actually was something that we didn't talk. So God and I, we have our twins for a year now. And it took me quite a while to actually figure out. So yes, I have this ChatGPT and then, you know, a twin of, let's say, representative of my celebrity, favorite celebrity. But what does Paul AI mean to me, right? It actually took me quite a while to figure out. I'm not sure if God thought about it, but I was thinking at the beginning, I was kind of really hesitant to actually even play with it. And with some other people who have their AI twins, very interesting insight that people face at the beginning is that we actually are afraid to interact and integrate our own digital twins that have unique knowledge to ourselves. It's an empirical study that we had through conversations. People are unwilling to talk to their own twins. For example, if you need to collaborate and create something that is unique to you and optimize your work. And the reason that I kind of tried to already identify with regard to personal digital representation is that people are afraid at the beginning to be disappointed. Right? So you are afraid to talk to your digital twin because you think, oh, what if my Paul AI doesn't live up to my expectation? And I think over time it takes kind of courage, but you actually, first of all, identify that it's new type of era, it's new type of relationship, right? And what is it? Is it like an avatar, so I distance myself from it? Or is it like an extension of me? So you augment, I would say, you add your wings, because actually it is available, maybe this twin is out there for you while you're doing something what is important to you. So it's kind of extension of identity. It's kind of property of yours, it belongs to you, but actually it's extension of you, right? So it's part of your identity, it's passport in a new framework. So I think that's kind of an idea that probably is a way to think about what's next. So whatever comes to your mind, if you have any ideas to kind of wrap up and give some guidance for the future. Maybe Goda, what's on your mind?
I'm still thinking about the courts and public sector, so that's where I'm most invested in. So I think maybe the key giveaway from our panel could be that while we all in some way are or should be enthusiasts in terms of applying technology, including AI, in courts and public sector, we have to be cautious as well. And we have to bear in mind all the risks that are that we discussed in the panel as well. And that in terms of, we should have this specific rules, specific regulations. We should always bear in mind the context and not, make too general observations of technology and AI being applied in a certain sector. So I would say just always be like both an invitation to explore this and
And a piece of advice to always be cautious and to keep the background and the context in mind.
I have a thought that just occurred to me listening to what you were saying, Christina, about the fictionalist framework. So you talked about how you're invested in the story of Tony Soprano. But what's striking about that is that the script has already been written. And you rewatch the video, it's going to be the same video every time. But the thing that's different about interacting with an avatar of a person, whether that's fine-tuned on a specific individual or whether it's an AI occupying a generic role, is that it's more like an improv theater partner, in a way. And I think we could maybe milk that analogy a little bit better, because the improvisational partner is operating within certain rules, but they're soft rules. And they're rules that mean that when you engage with them, you don't actually know what comes next in the story. You co-create the plot with your improvisational partner. So, the fictionalism thing carries through, but the examples we use, like reading a novel, it's not the same. The novel doesn't talk back. And the novel doesn't change every time you read it. So I wonder if that's something we could explore or add to future work. Yeah.
Definitely. That's a problem for future us.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have advice because I'm in no position to give advice for the future. But then I have an interesting observation, because I noticed that in almost all panels, ethics was a running thread. So I'm really glad that legal scholars, people from the industry, and almost everyone is preoccupied by the ethical issues raised by these technologies. And I'm also really glad that ethics is not something confined to us, people who study philosophy or are so-called ethicists, but it's a preoccupation taken up by more and more people. So yeah, that gives me hope for the future.
Thanks. Yeah, so one thing that hasn't been mentioned yet, which I find incredibly important, is the role of experience with these models, right? So phronesis and praxis, and actually using these. So one thought that I find super fascinating is that you can take the world's leading machine learning expert, and if they haven't actually used these models, they'll have zero advantage over any of us in using them to do stuff. And in fact, we're better positioned in some ways because we also have domain expertise in other areas. So one thing I can just really recommend is just to spend time using different models all the time, even when it's not directly relevant to your work. Because in doing so, you gain experience points and you level up your ability to use them. So there are different foundation models that are good at different things. And I'm also thinking about for different purposes. So for example, I've been spending a lot of my free time using cursor AI to program with natural language. And that's a different type of skill than just talking to Claude, which then behaves differently to GPT, which is again different to Le Chat and so on. Yeah.
Yeah, so many great takeaways. To kind of piggyback off what you were saying about the fiction and developing these shared improvisational moments, to me that is a very human experience to create. It's like what community is based off of is shared experiences, and in a way, when you're doing that with an AI, you're almost creating like a shared memory, this thing that you've done together, and that is by far a much deeper layer to a relationship than just, like you said, consuming content or anything like that. So my big takeaway is when I'm talking to GPT at 3 in the morning, I feel a little bit less crazy now for asking it to help me fall asleep or to basically, listen to me complain. So this was validating. Thank you.
Yes, and it's been a wonderful day, and yes, So to me, the greatest takeaway is, of course, Vilnius University is the right place to have this kind of conference, and Paul and Goda are the right persons to work with in organizing this type of conference. That is the first thing. The second thing is my background is a law, and in particular commercial law. And in my say 20s and early 30s, I was working on franchise agreements. So I'm pretty much familiar with, say, a McDonald's or the Novotel or 7-Eleven. And in those days, although there were still some kind of a non-law, maybe political or industrial policy aspects, but almost I was concerned about the legal issues, and that was sufficient. Now I am working on the use of AI, or the avatars and digital assets and metaverse, and every day I feel that law is only a tiny part of the picture. So we need to know, we need to think about the broader vision of governance and broader issues of the society, including the ethical issues, including the technical issues, regulatory issues. And so we need to have this kind of a more broader and how can I say it, so cross-disciplinary, if not interdisciplinary, and views. And that is, of course, I have been aware of that fact, but having these kind of dialogues with experts in these disciplines, I am all the more confident in that. And that is really, really the outcome of today's conference. So I do appreciate Paul and Goda for organizing this wonderful conference, and all of you, including those who have some business and left early, and for participating in this conference. Thank you very much.
So I guess that's it. And those who are panelists and accommodating family members, you know, there's round 3. So see you soon. And then thank you so much for all of your time and actually contribution. We hope that it will continue next year. Maybe next year we'll make it even bigger and we will manage to get more people in the room. Actually, last year it was almost packed, and probably it changes over time, but what we notice is actually people are less interested in these meetings like that, right? I think digital technologies also change how we interact with one another, and we can see in rooms, in classrooms, we see that actually students are not willing to even come to the lecture room anymore, but probably that's where we are. So thank you once again, and you know, enjoy Vilnius for your next